3 minutes. Not too bad. Mike Bird, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome sauce. All right. Oh, look at David. David in the room early. Woohoo! All right, David. Good to see you, man. Hello, Crystal. Good to see you guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So did you pull the trigger on the J65 yet, David? Please? You won't regret it, I promise. Have I been wrong yet? Trust me. Especially with the new updates, you're definitely going to want that one. My voice is out of sync. Oh, God. Here we go with that again. All right. Hang on. You know, it's probably going to correct itself in a minute. But I can play with it, but I think it's going to correct itself. Let me... good evening, Sean. Welcome to the show. Let's see. Where do I want to fix this at? Let me go here. And... let's see. Auto input. Okay. All right, so that one's off for sure. Hang on a second. Let me switch screens for. Okay. Now this seems to be the different link. All right, let's switch it back on. Let's see here. Hello. Yeah, there's definitely a delay on that one. Let me go back. Go there. Hello. No, still delay. That's weird. What's going on? Alright, hang on. Let me try this again. Hang on. Let me do this. Okay. All right. Now, is my voice matching the stream now or not? So I did a reboot. I try to reboot it and start fresh every time I do a show now. So sometimes it takes it minutes to sync up. So it'll probably fix itself, but we'll play with it anyway. Let's see here. Oh, you're into model trains, David? I didn't know that. Me too. That's cool. What kind of trains? What size? What are you? You in the G gauge, HO, N, Z? What are you into? Craig Bevan, what's up? Good to see you, man. So the new Flght SWS. That's Isn't that the glider, Mike? Is that the glider, the SWS? Okay, all right. So we're good there. All right. Got 8 in here. Cool. It's good to see y'all. All right, welcome to the show, guys. It's good to see y'all. So, pouring rain today for the first half of the day. And the second half of the day, I finished getting the 4-post lift off the trailer. It's in the garage. It's half put up. I've got one end up. The 2 uprights are up. The cross members are crossed. Everything is unloaded out of the crate. So let me, Eric, what's up? So let me explain what the crate is. All right. So it's a 4-post lift. So you've got the 2 big rails or runners or whatever you want to call them. Okay. So how they build this thing to ship it? It's 16 feet long, roughly. So they put the empty rail that has nothing in it, none of the hoses, none of the cables, the pulleys, nothing. It's just an empty rail. They put that on the bottom and they bolt it up to a frame. They weld up 2 metal frames at the end to make a little rectangle. And you throw those away when you're done. They're not part of the lift. You don't use them. They're just for shipping. See, they take that bottom one and it's upside down, up against the bottom, and they bolt it in using the bolts that would hold it to the lift. And then they put the one with all the cables and the pulleys and the hoses on the top the same way, and they bolt it in. So now you've got this 16 foot long by, I don't know, 18 inches wide, maybe 20 inches wide, and about 35, no, not that tall, maybe 24 to 30 inches tall. And they put everything inside it, okay? So they lay everything on the empty rail and get it all in there, and then they strap it all down with plastic zip straps, and then they shrink wrap the whole thing to enclose it so it's almost watertight. And then they put more straps on it again on the outside of the shrink wrap, and that's how it ships. So I got it here on the trailer. Now it's a car trailer, so the car trailer is 18 feet long, at least. It might be 20. I think it's 18 to the dovetail, and then another 2 feet of dovetail, so it's probably about 20 feet long. So I had them sit that right in the middle of the trailer, and the balance was perfect. The tongue weight was right on, and it towed home beautifully. So I cut the straps and everything while it was still on the trailer, and I unloaded everything out of it so that we just had the 2 end boxes, the top rail and the bottom rail. I put together one end, and you have to take the 2 uprights, even though they already have the safety locks installed and everything, you have to uninstall them. You got to take them out to slide this thing together and then put them back in after you slide the main beam that goes across that the rail sits on, and then you have to put the safety lock metal strip back in afterwards and then bolt it back together. So I did that at one end, and I stood it up. And the way I did this is supposed to be a 2 to 4 man job, and I'm a 1-man show. So I used my engine hoist. After the 2 rails are laying, they're supposed to be upright, and they're laying down on the floor, and the cross member is all the way to the very bottom where the 2 pads are. So I put my engine hoist around the one, and I jacked it up as high as I could get it, which got it to about 50 degrees, I'd say, a little past 45. And then I went to the other rail, grabbed a hold of it, and I just shoved it straight up, and it got caught on that strap for a moment, which my side was all the way up. That side was almost up, and then the strap released, and it stood right up, and boom, there we are. So the one end's up. Perfect. Okay. So then I have to build the other end. Well, I don't exactly have enough room in my garage to put that one up and then be able to get the rest of the rails that are still on the trailer in the garage. So what I decided to do is just slide those to the side for now, temporarily, so I could get the two rails off that are bolted to that little thing off the trailer. So you're going to love how I did that. So what I did is I jacked up one end of it and I put a dolly underneath it, not quite in the middle. And that was deliberate. I didn't want it right in the middle because I didn't want it balancing on it because it would just roll off the other end of the trailer. I wanted those legs on the ground. But I have it, the Impala that's in the garage, I put a big long strap all the way to the sway bar, the rear of the Impala. So it was pulling down. So when I pulled down, of course, it lifted the legs off the back, which made it freewheel on the dolly. And then I just started winching it off the trailer. And it's coming off diagonal because the trailer wasn't perfectly aligned, but that's not a problem. And I rolled it halfway off till the dolly was on the dovetail, and I stopped. And then what I did was that got it to the one set of legs were sitting on another dolly in the garage. On that dolly. So those two legs are on the dolly, and the other dolly is in the middle of it, and the other two legs are way up in the air. So I went around with my floor jack, and I jacked the other end up off the rest of the trailer to get that dolly out from under it. And then I put it way up the other end and set the rails back down on that dolly, but all the way at the other end. And then I took my come along and I pulled it farther off the trailer till it was almost completely off, right at the end. Okay, so now I take my engine hoist that I used a minute ago, and I grab a hold of the whole rig, and I pick it up off the dolly that's still on the trailer, and now it's supported by the front legs are on the one dolly, and the engine hoist, which is on wheels, is holding up the rest of it. And I just pulled the whole thing right into the garage. Everything rolled together, the engine hoist and the dolly all rolled together, and it rolled the whole unit right into the garage. Boom! We're off the trailer. So I just got done parking the trailer, and came in here, started the show. So the whole lift's in the garage. Right now, it's still hanging in the engine hoist. I just left it. It's fine. And the one end's up. So if I don't go flying tomorrow, that's up in the air. I don't know. But for sure Monday, I'll be able to build the other end of the hoist, or the four-post, stand those posts up, and it's already in position to, well, sort of. I have to unbolt the upper one off the rig and set it on the two cross members. So I have to build the other one and stand it up and then get the distance exactly right. So while the engine hoist is still holding that one rail that's right side up, I can just roll it into position and set it down on the cross members. Boom. And then I can unbolt the other one from the, pick it up. I have to turn it over though. But I have to unbolt the other one from the two end pieces, then throw the end pieces away because they're not needed. Turn that over, lift it up, and set it on this end of the cross. I have to go all the way across the other side to send the first one, and then the side that the hoist is on, I'll set that one, and then everything's in place. And then it's just a matter of bolting it all together. Finish bolting it all together. But it'll all be standing, structurally standing up, the way it goes, and that'll do it. So mostly, I would say the hard part's done. Now the rest of it's just tedious bolting together. Now everything's in place pretty much, or it will be, like I said, when I get done standing the other two legs up and then setting the rails in place. Now it's just bolting it together. Just put the bolts through, and then of course running, hooking up the cables and the lock release mechanism, the safety lock. That's all just a little tedious work. Nothing hard, nothing heavy, nothing. All the heavy work's done. So it's in the garage, off the trailer. I went and put the trailer away. We're good to go, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's getting close now where I can actually use my lift. Now, it's not in the garage where I want it. It's right at the door, but that's okay for now because my kit came with the wheels. So I can, after I get it all bolted together and it's, 100% usable, I can lift the lift up about, 2 feet up, 3 feet up, put the wheels on it, and then set the lift back down, which it uses a cantilever kind of setup. And when you put the lift down on these arms, it picks the lift up onto the wheels. And now I can roll it around in the shop wherever I want it, and I'll be able to move it over where I want to put it. But I can't put it there right now because I still have to finish cleaning that area. I got most of it cleaned up, but I'm not done. But I wanted to get it off the trailer. It rained on it once already, and it didn't hurt it, but I didn't want to take any more chances. I didn't want more rainwater on it, so I wanted it off the trailer in the garage. So we're in the garage. It's all dry, no water, and what's in the garage, so we're good to go. So that's the update on the hoist, the 4-post lift. Pretty excited. I should be easily next week. I'll be able to use it. Philip, what's up? How you doing, man? So yeah, by the middle of next week, I'll be using it, and that's going to be awesome. Yeah, Shadow, you have no idea. Well, you probably do have an idea because you've probably done tons of shit on your back, and it's old. I'm over it. I'm not doing it anymore. Who posted something? Oh, the coyote crawler. Who makes that one? Is that a Armada armor? Is that an armor or Losi? Who makes the coyote? What, the 4-post lift? Oh God, yeah. Craig, yeah, it'll be done. It'll be done tomorrow if I don't go flying. Axle, okay. Yeah, Arma. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow if I don't go flying. Hell, it might be done tomorrow morning. If I stay out here tonight and work on it, it'll be done before I go flying. I might do both. If I stay out here tonight and finish it, which I might do, because it's so close now, I'm getting really excited. So yeah, I'll probably have it finished tonight. And that way I can go flying tomorrow, and then Monday I can start working on cars, and that'll be awesome. So yeah, so that's but yeah, it's a pretty easy, and I'm videotaping the whole thing because there are no videos out. There's two different guys try to do a build video, and I don't want to insult either one of the guys. They both did what they thought was good enough, but and they hit the high points, but I'm hitting everything. I'm explaining exactly what you need to do, in what order you need to do it, and why. So I'm showing them every bolt, nut, and screw, that where it goes, why it goes, everything. And so I'm breaking it down and explaining exactly how you have to build this thing, because there's no instructions, and nobody has done a good video that really shows you what you need to do. So that's what I'm doing. I decided I'm gonna do a how-to video so that anybody that wants to put one of these lifts up knows how to do it. So that's taking a little extra time because I'm videotaping it, and that's all right. I'm not in a hurry. It's fine. So. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. All right, so mic check. Is my mouth matching is the sound? Is it a Godzilla movie again, or are we good? And then I'm going to switch it back and tell me if it's good again, because that's not the good camera. It's an okay camera, but it's not the good camera. This is the good camera. So let's do a sound test. Is the mouth matching the I'm in a cheap motel in Washington, D.C. tonight, and the internet is all fucked up. What I get for staying at an Obama Motor Lodge. Obama Motor Lodge? Oh, yeah? I guarantee you, Mike's either at the Hilton or one of the big name. He's not staying at Motel 6, guys. This guy is not a cheapskate. He's worked hard. He's earned a good living, and he's going to stay at good hotels. He eats at the good restaurants, and he stays at the good hotels. There ain't no Wendy's for this guy in a cheap hotel. Don't let him fool you. He deserves better, and he definitely makes use of it. So, it took 2 guys 5 hours to build it. Wow. I don't think. I may have 5 hours in it by the time I'm done with it. Yeah, I'd say that's probably fair. I'll probably have, but I'm doing it by myself, so yeah. But I'll probably have 5 hours in it. I thought I was going to have to get somebody to help me, but once I incorporated my engine hoist, that solved all the problems. Which I did see one guy use, so I decided to take. I didn't have my hoist in the garage here. It was over in the other garage, so I went and got it and brought it over. I thought, that's not a bad idea. I might need that. Let me go get that. So I did. I went and got it, brought it over here, cleaned it up a little bit. It was been dusty, and oiled all the balls in the casters and the wheels, and got it all lubed up, and it's working great. So it slid that thing right off the trailer, no problem. So yeah, it came in handy. So I'm glad I used that guy's idea. That was a good idea. Because otherwise I probably would have needed another guy, at least another guy. I watched one guy build, and it took 4 guys to pick up each rail, and I'm like, come on, are you serious? They can't possibly weigh that much that it'd take 4 guys. So, I mean, I carried each post by myself, just carried it in. And they're heavy, but, no problem. I carried it in. Yeah, there was 2 guys carrying the post in, and then 4 guys to carry the rail in. And I'm like, okay. Whatever. So, anyway, so that's where we're at. So, yeah, I'm sure I'll have it done, either tonight. It just depends on how hard I want to work on it, guys. That's it. But, yeah, I could easily finish it tonight. And then sleep in and go flying tomorrow afternoon. I don't know. We'll see. I got to check the weather. I didn't know it was going to rain this morning. It poured this morning. God, it was pouring out. Yeah, saved my back. So far, you know what? It's been funny. So I had to push my Impala across the garage sideways. So I jacked it up with a regular floor jack sideways. I jacked it up sideways so I could push the car sideways. And I had to, kind of get it in that, rhythm. It would move, shock back, and then move, and then shock back, and then move. But I pushed it all the way across the garage, and it didn't hurt my back at all. I have no idea why, but my back felt fine after doing that. It took probably 20 minutes of pushing to get it to move. It's a heavy car to move it over, but I got it all the way. Now it's only, it's caddy corner 45 degrees. So we're almost, yeah, that's true. The back end's 40-60, true, but it's still a heavy car. Yeah, I got it almost all the way over where I want it. Pretty close. So what I have to do now is, and my front tires are completely dry rotted. There's nothing left of them. So I got to put new wheels on the front. And I'm going to pump them up real hard. And then I'm going to turn the wheel all the way to the left. So when I push the car backwards, because it's pulled in, it'll swing the front end, farther away from where the lift's going. And that's what I need. I need the front end to move away now a little bit. And I could jack the front end up and pull it over like I did the back, but I don't think I need to do that. I think I can just back it up, just turn the wheel and then push the car backwards. And it'll, the back end will still stay where it's going to move a little bit farther that way, and that's fine. And the front will swing over, and that should be perfect. That'll give me enough room to get the lift where I want it. Don't have to move it that far. I'm only off by maybe 2 feet. Time for a beer. Yeah, I'm having my diet Dr. Pepper. That's. Yeah, I don't have a set of casters that would hold the car. These casters are wood furniture moving dollies. Not, and I'm not going to go buy a set of casters for this. It's not necessary. Your 86 XL 600. What's an XL 600? Is that your big ass truck that's got a diesel motor in it? Is that what that is? Oh, time for a beer. So were you saying I needed a beer, Phil, or are you leaving to go get a beer? I took it you meant I needed a beer. Mike's taking it that you're leaving for a beer. I don't know which it is. So. Yeah, I'm not a drinker. JCB, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I've never had a drink in my life. I'm not going to start now. Mike is having one with me. Well, there you go. Good deal. Yeah, I know, Shadow. They are, but it's just another. Even listen, this is tightwad racing here. when any cost is too great. So yeah, I don't want to spend the money. Oh, a Honda Enduro motorcycle. Gotcha. 600. Ooh. Is that a 4-stroke? Oh. Let's see if I have any new news in the flying department. No, not really. Been moving airplanes around, relocating everything, trying to get the garage situated where I can use the lift, use the garage, and then I can get back to working on the upstairs. Right now the upstairs is covered with airplanes again because I had to move them off the car and around the car. So yeah, we gotta it's almost to the point that it would be easier. Wow. I might have to reevaluate this. It might be easier to finish the whole hobby room, electrical and drywall and everything, before I start building walls upstairs. Just because of the amount of shit I have to move from here out or move that in or whatever. It's all the moving shit around is the problem. There's just too much stuff in this garage that I have to move around. It would have been so much nicer if I could have done all of this before I moved everything into the garage, but that didn't happen. So, yeah, 4-stroke thumper, yeah. Which one, Shadow? Which new X-Fly bird? Yeah, all pilots. Yeah, yeah, we're all cheapskates. Well, you have to afford an airplane. You know, God, it just, everybody keeps talking about like Mike Patey and uh, Flight Chops, and who else do I watch? Aviation 101, and they all want to get us all into flying, and they all talk about ways, but it doesn't matter. It's just too damn expensive. you know? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to fly an ultralight or I guess light sport, you just need a driver's license. You don't need a pilot's license. Um, yeah, just getting a pilot's license it's a major money. I mean, unless you own an airplane, because you have to pay the instructor time and the rental time on the airplane, and that's just we're talking like $500 an hour. You know, so yeah, that's just money I don't have. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I was just telling David he has to buy the new Gulfstream version 2. And I looked up the F-35, and the wing loading's pretty heavy on it. And the videos I've watched of it have not been impressive. I've watched every video that they've put out, and I don't think it's going to fly very well. The wing loading, so I'll give you, for instance, okay, so the Gulfstream is the best flying, all-around best flying airplane I have. All right, the wing loading on that is 91 grams. The wing loading on the F-35 is 156 grams. Okay, almost double. So it's going to need a lot of speed to fly at all. I don't think it's going to fly very well. I'm not impressed with it. I'm not going to buy it. It's definitely. I would definitely suggest you put a flight controller in it for sure, either an Aura or something. I wouldn't fly it without it. The free wing F-35. Everybody I talk to says don't fly it without a flight stabilizer in it. So even that one doesn't fly without a stabilization unit in it, from what everybody tells me. So yeah, I'm not impressed with that one, Eric. I don't think it's going to fly. I mean, I know it'll fly. I don't think it's going to fly well. I think it's going to be a fight to keep it in the air. Unless you're doing Mach Jesus, then it'll be fine. But trying to land it with no flaps, because the car doesn't have flaps, you can make flap-arounds if you want to go that route. But I just don't see it flying that well. The wing loading's too heavy. 156 is crazy. That's heavier than the bone. The B1, when they came out with that, had lighter wing loading than that, and that doesn't fly very good. So yeah, I just don't see it flying worth shit. Well, Michael Bear, it depends on the airplane. If we're talking about a STOL airplane, yeah, you can put a lot of weight in that and it'll still fly good because you can slow it down. But when we're talking about a jet with little itty bitty wings, you can't slow it down. I mean, especially if it's got heavy wing loading, because it's a brick, it's going to fall down. So yeah, it definitely depends on the airplane. Yeah, you can put a ton of weight like Draco. Hell, I flew that with a 7,000 pack, no problem. But I sure as fuck wouldn't put a 7,000 pack in one of my jets, even the ones that are light wing loading. So yeah, just not a good, for me, I don't think it's going to fly. You guys do whatever you want, but I don't think it's going to be a good flyer. I think it's going to be hard to slow it down and keep it in the air. The one I watched, it was doing this crap just like the SR-71 from E-Flight when Ryan flew it. When he slowed it down to land it, it kept doing this crap, and that's what I saw with the F-35 video I watched from X-Fly. That when he was slowing it down, and they never really showed a good landing with it. They cut away on the one landing, they didn't show it land, and then the other landing wasn't very good. He bounced it. Yeah, it didn't break anything, and it's on the ground. But how many of those can you put down? Before something breaks. And could you do it? Consistently. Yeah, well, like I said, the other F-35 didn't impress me anyway, the free wing one, and I talked to two guys out at Imperial. Jerry McGee was one of them, who has one of those planes, and I said, "How do you like it?" And he says, "Oh, I love it." And I said, "You got a flight controller?" Oh God, yeah, you can't fly it without that. Yeah, he says, "But once I put that in it, yeah, it flies great." Okay, so. So he's got a flight controller in it. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend flying it without it. And I'm surprised that now maybe it comes with one, but it doesn't list that it comes with one, which really surprises me because the J65 comes with one, and it doesn't need it, but it comes with one. So I'm surprised they didn't put it in the F-35. They already have their own specific flight stabilizing unit that works well, and they put it in the J65 when you buy it. It comes with it, but it doesn't say the F-35 comes with it. So, something else to consider. Yep, it lists it in the when you look at the upgrades and everything. It comes with a new and improved flight stabilizer, which I don't know how they could have improved it. Christ, the one that came with it worked fine. But whatever. I wasn't even using mine fully. I only had the rudder and the ailerons. I did not have the elevator going through the flight stabilizer. I like to trim my elevator for where I want it, and I don't want anything messing that up. So I bypassed the elevator on my flight stabilizer. I only have the ailerons and the rudder hooked to it, and I have the rudder turned way down. So, and it flies amazing, and and David will tell you because he flew it and he loved it. So, yeah, now it's not foam, it's painted. So if you guys listen to Lewis, I can't fly snitches. Foam's not a color. That's his famous motto. Foam's not a color. So my two are foam. I didn't get version 2. The version 2 comes painted. So it's got a color now. Now it's white and gray, where mine's foam and gray because foam's not a color. So if I didn't already have 2 of them, I would definitely buy version 2. The fact that I have one brand new one in the box, no, I don't. I'm not going to buy another one. Don't need it. I'm okay with bare foam. Doesn't bother me a bit, and it's such a good airplane. I'm almost afraid that we're going to screw it up by updating the flight controller. Putting paint on the foam isn't going to make any difference as far as I'm concerned, but I hope they didn't do something stupid to the flight controller, because the one it came with, for what I used it for, worked perfect. So, I don't think it needs one. I think it'd fly just like the Super Tucano that Hobby King put out. There's no flight stabilizer in that, and it doesn't need it. And I don't think that jet needs it either, honestly. But everybody's different. So yeah, lighter bird with less paint. Yeah, I don't think paint it's going to make that much difference. You'd have to fly it to understand what I'm talking about. And when David gets back from being over talking in the Zoom, we'll prod him to tell you just how good that plane flies. Because I had to twist his arm to fly it, he wouldn't fly it. We were at Bigfoot. And I said, come here and fly these. Oh, no, I ain't flying that thing. Oh, yes, you are. Get your ass over here. And once I gave him the radio, first of all, he loved the sticks on my radio master, way better than his whatever he's flying, Spectrum DX20 or whatever the hell. He loved my radio way better, and then he loved the airplane. So there he is. So it flies great. So yeah, he really loved it. He couldn't stop talking about it, and that's what why I wanted him to fly it, because I wanted him to see just how great this airplane really is. And yeah, the great radio. I love that. I have no problem. I've got two of them now. I've got that fancy one that lights up, does the disco music lights. So I'm trying to put all my night airplanes on that radio so that so when I go out to fly a night airplane, the radio can be doing its little dance while I'm flying. That'll be fun to watch. You can't. It's the only time you can use it. I mean, you can turn the lights on during the day, but I don't think anybody's going to see it. If you're out in the sun, they ain't going to see it. Yeah, I don't know what's the difference between a Mark 1 and a Mark 2. I think both of mine are Mark 1s, unless the I guess the light radio might be a Mark 2. I don't know. It's an updated radio, so maybe it is a Mark II. I don't know. I never paid any attention to that. It has the Fred, what's up? A Gadio. Yeah, it's a Gadio. Kinda. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. It was free. I won the radio at a contest, so I was very happy with it. I'm so happy I got second in that contest, because I would have picked the airplane that I didn't need, and I'm really happy I got the radio instead. So I'm super happy that I ended up taking second in that contest, so I wouldn't have picked the airplane, because I really like the radio. I'm not happy that it came with the new 900 megahertz. They have their own protocol now, and it's useless for me. I have no use for that. It doesn't even come ready to use. When you buy a receiver, you have to, calibrate. You have to initiate it. You got to download software into it or firmware into it, and then you have to initiate it, and then you have to calibrate it before you can even use it. I'm like, I'm not starting over again. The whole point of the Radio Master was that it had 70 channel, 70 protocols in it. So I bought the 70 protocol module and put it in the back of the radio, and that's what I'm flying on. I'm not even using the internal, because I am not messing with that stupid new system of theirs. It just turned me right off when I finally went and watched the video how to set that up and saw what I had to go through to set up one receiver. I'm like, nope, forget it, not doing it. And I won 2 receivers when I won the transmitter. I won this little one. I think it's in the drawer here. It's an S-bus receiver, so it's a real tiny little receiver. I'm pretty sure it's in here. It's so easy. It's easy to miss it. It's tiny. I just have to look for the antenna wire, because that's easier to find than the actual receiver. I'm pretty sure it's in here, unless it might be on the desk. I don't know why I would have it on the desk. Yeah. All right. Well, let me, I don't see it in here. I'm for sure it was still in here. I don't know why I would have put it on the desk. It's the only other place it could be. Well, it could be over here, but I doubt it. Maybe it is on the desk. No, I don't see it. I don't know where that went. Interesting. Sure, it's here somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. I got an antenna here. What's this? No, that's not it. Oh, wait, here's another antenna. No, that's not it either. That's a FR Sky receiver. Huh. Alright, I don't know where it went. Yeah, I noticed that too, Mike. Did you happen to notice that? Those radios are so good they went to war with them. How about that? You know, I mean, here they're fighting a war, and they can literally pick any radio they want, and they chose the Radio Master. So, what does that tell you? You know, can you actually get a better promo? Yeah, mine, Philip. Mine has the Hall gimbals, and they're all ball bearing and everything. I don't have the carbon fiber face plates. That's a cosmetic thing. Yeah, I don't have that, and I think that's what jacks up the price of the radio, because mine's the $199 radio, and you know, when you start adding the carbon fiber and the colored anodized sticks and all that, it goes 230, 260, 320. I mean, yeah, it goes up quite a bit. Yeah, exactly, because it's multi-protocol and will fly anything, you know. So they're not limited to flying any particular brand receiver. They can fly any of them, you know. And if they find out that one brand's not working for them, they can switch. They don't have to switch radios, just receivers. So yeah, I mean, I just haven't got anything bad to say about, you know, the Radio Master radio. I love it. It does everything I want it to do. It's awesome. You know, and I've got the new ones on Edge, and I don't find Edge any easier to use. Actually, for me, because my mind thinks different, I think the Edge is harder to use. You know, all they did was add more screens to break things out. So instead of being able to, like, for one thing, like, and I don't know, I think Spectrum's the same way, but I'm not positive. But even typing the name in, right? If you want it to be a capitalized letter, you just hold the button down, right? No, not with the Edge. The Edge, you got to scroll. They have a whole series of capital letters, and you have to scroll all the way around to get to the lowercase letters. What was wrong with just holding the button down? That was simple. No, that's not how they do it. You got to scroll all the way past the numbers, past the little symbols to get to the lowercase. So if you're trying to print, you know, type high, you know, capital and lowercase, there's a lot of scrolling back and forth to do it. And what is the sense of that? I don't get it. You know, and then same thing, like if you want to reverse the you know, the output of your signal, like your rudder's going the wrong way and you want to reverse it. You know, you used to on the regular protocol, or what was, I guess it was just Radio Master. You just went to the screen where you would set your sub trims, and you went over to the column for direction, and the arrow was pointed this way, and you flip the button, and it goes the other way. Now you have to go to a second screen, and then there's a checkbox, and you have to scroll down to the checkbox and check it to reverse it. Why is that easier? It's another step. It's another 2 steps. You've got to go to that thing and click on it to open another window, and then scroll down to the check. Before I just click it, and the arrow was pointed this way. Now it's pointed that way. So I don't, and I have no problem programming either one of them. I just my take back from working in both of them is the Edge to me isn't easier. I mean, it breaks it out more if you're, if you need that. I don't know. It's just different. It's not that much different, but I just don't see that it's better. I don't think it's any better or worse. I guess it just seems like it's more steps, but it's totally functional. It's no problem. I could program in either one of them, so it wasn't a big deal. I picked up the Edge as quickly as I picked up the regular protocol, or firmware, whatever it's called. Your DX6, Michael, or a DX6i? What do you got? You got the DX6i? I have that, or the DX6. My DX6i is on the shelf behind me. Can you find it? You probably can't see it. If you look closely, you can see it. Go ahead. Find the radio? Who can find the radio? My DX6i is on the shelf behind me. Tell me who can find it. It's a challenge. Let's see who can find it first. Just the DX6. Okay. So that's actually the newer version. The DX6i is older. I have no idea what the I meant. Yep, you found it. Good job. Cromer? I don't know how to pronounce that. Cromer? He found it. Good job. Yep. Yeah, OpenTX. Thank you. That's what it's called. Yeah, the OpenTX. Yeah, I don't really think one's better than the other. They both work great, and I can program in either one. I don't think Cromer. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, everybody raved about how much easier Edge was, and I'm like, there's more screens to deal with, and then there's more sub-screens to deal with, and I just don't see how that's better. But anyway, I didn't have any problem figuring it out, and it's fine. I'm either one. If you're going to fly a Radio Master radio, I don't care which protocol you use. Whatever works for you is fine. I don't care. But I think the radio's awesome. So, and I think OpenTX or the Edge do the job just fine. I think it's either way. It's still easier to program than a Spectrum radio, in my opinion. But that's just me. All right, I got a sliver in my hand, and I kind of have an idea it might be a metal sliver because of playing with that lift all day today. So let me see if I can dig this out of my hand. I need a flashlight. There should be one right here somewhere. Probably in the drawer. Wow. Can't find one of those either. Robert, what? Transtectic? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm one of those. Wow. I think I got it. Couldn't see it, but poking at it, I think I found it. Feels like it's gone. Yeah, yeah. These are my dollar store readers. Yeah, that's all. And they're only what, one. I had a set of twos, and I thought they would be better, and they weren't. I could see better with the ones. So that's the magnification. That's, it's all I need to see up close. And that's only because the lighting in here sucks. If I had a flashlight, I wouldn't need the glasses. Pretty good for 64 years old. I still got my eyesight. Can read anything. Pretty much. See all the street signs, no problem. Can see an airplane a mile away, because I've had to rescue several guys from the flying field when they got their airplane a mile away, and I'm like, why the hell are you flying way out there? Teddy, I need your help! Quick! What's wrong? I said, my airplane's way out there. I said, where? And he points, it's somewhere over there, I can't see it anymore. Give me that. I can see it. So, if I give it left stick and it goes to the left, I know it's going away from me, so I circle all the way around till it's coming at me, and just keep it coming at me, until I can see it coming back, and then once I get it over the flying field, I can see it now, I'll take it back. No, I'm going to fly it all the way into the flying field where you should be flying it, and then I'll give it back to you. Now keep it in the flying field. 40 acres, and that's not big enough. They got to fly out, Somebody crashed into the new houses again. I don't know what the hell they're doing way over there. We've had 3 that I know of now. We've crashed airplanes into the new houses 3 times so far. And I'm like, why are you flying way over there? There's no reason to be over there. Nothing's changed. That used to be woods. You shouldn't be flying over there anyway. They used to crash their airplanes in the woods all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've been wading through those woods looking for airplanes. Now, we don't have to look in the woods anymore. We just have to look on top of roofs at the houses. Hey, there it is. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, I can read everything, but I can't read. Yeah, can you? Yeah, that box up there on the shelf. Could you get that for me? Yeah, the 1 mile final, exactly. Yeah. I just don't, and it happens every weekend. I can't tell you how many guys, crash their airplane out over in the houses or out in the woods, on the other side of the property, way past the 40 acres we fly in. And, yeah, all part of the fun. Yeah, I guess. For me, the fun is, doing nice scale landings, and taxiing back to myself or to the flight, to my pit area. That's the fun for me. Going and retrieving my plane in a pickup truck in pieces is not fun. It's not my idea of fun anyway. Had to do that about a month ago. First time in about 5 years. I had to go get my airplane. I flew it into a tree that I couldn't see. I knew it was there, but I thought I had it cleared, and I didn't. So, it's fixable, no big deal. Yeah, you like to land other pilots. Yeah, landing at the other pilots. Oh, I didn't catch that Shadow left. Well, did you leave? Are you leaving? Are you gone, Eric? Are you here? If you're here, good night. If you're already gone, good night. Let's see. Oh! Got my prop balancer, and I balanced. I know you guys like to see me balance props, so this one's balanced. It's the perpetual thing now, because my fan's blown over here, so it'll just do that all night. But yeah, this is the Corsair prop. It's balanced, very nice. That came out real nice. So this the back side of this one could use a light sanding. It's slightly rough, but no big deal. Yes, it's magnetic. Yeah. So I'll show you here. I'll get close to the camera. So you got two sharp little pins. Yeah. Okay, a little point at each end, right? And it sits in between two magnets. So there can't possibly be any drag. The point of the pin is touching the magnet. And it's only touching one side. It can only really touch one side at a time. Well, actually, right now it's sucking them in. So it's touching both sides. But yeah, I'm not a Motion RC guy anymore at all, honestly. But Motion sells this prop balancer, and I love it. So I highly recommend go there and get this prop balancer. I believe it's under the what do they call this? The Benchmark. Is that the brand name? Let me look and see if it's on here. Best prop balancer I've ever had. I got the Dubro. I've got a whole. Oh, that thing's still there. Got a bunch of different prop balancers, but I love this one. It's tall, so it'll balance some pretty damn big props, and it's magnetic, so there's no drag. So you're definitely going to get the best prop balance you can get on this one. So yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I have another magnetic one, a little one. So it's perfect for balancing two-bladed props, but you can't balance a four-bladed prop. So this one here. So yeah, go to Motion RC and pick one up. It's an awesome prop balancer. And this is a very heavy prop. Okay, these FMS props that you have to assemble, with eight screws usually to hold it together. Each blade's pretty heavy, and then the hub, it's pretty heavy, and then 8 screws to hold it all together. Gets pretty heavy, but yet the magnets are strong enough to hold it. Barely, but it will hold it. Now the 1700 one's even heavier, and that one you gotta get it in there and just perfect, and then gently, and it'll stay there. But if you bump it at all, it falls out of it. So, but yeah, it does a really good job. I love this thing. And I'll never have to replace it. I mean, unless I'll break it. But I mean, there's nothing to wear out. The problem I'm having with my Dubro one, and I like it, it's a nice prop balancer, but the bearings get dirty over time, and then it's not free enough, and you'll get if you get it close, it'll tell you it's balanced when it's really not. This one, there's no question. There's nothing to stop it from finding the heavy blade. There's absolutely no drag, so it has to find the heavy blade. Which one are you talking about, Michael? The Dubro one? Iowa Life with Bob. Welcome, Bob. Iowa Life with Bob. I like it. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Interesting format for sure. Yeah, we like to keep them guessing. Well, Bill, what's up? How many people are in Zoom? So what kind of flying do you do, Bob? Yeah, I think I got it out now. I don't feel it anymore. Roy, did I say hi? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Roy! Had to walk the dog. Okay. I guess we'll let you get away with that. I saw you in her earlier, and I wasn't sure if I said hi or not. I get confused. What can I say? I'm old. Yeah, it sucks to get old. So any other new airplanes come out that you guys heard of? I knew about the X-Fly F-35. What else? Anything else new? Anybody got something new? Oh, and I don't know if I told you this last week. Maybe I did. course, some of you guys weren't here last week, so I'll tell you again. If you were part of the elite group on Horizon Hobbies and they switched you over to the full throttle deal, which is a total bust for me, and you lost your 30% off on an airplane you wanted to get this year, if you call your guy and tell him that you want your 30%, there is a code they can give you that will let you go ahead and use your 30% off. And I'm not taking credit for it. JCB is the one that found this out and called me and told me. And he called me, guys. You all have my phone number. But he actually used it and called me. It was so great to hear from him. And told me about that. So if you guys haven't used that and you want to make use of it, call your rep. Mine's Joe. I don't know who you guys use. I think JCB uses Joe also. And he gave Joe a code. I'm going to call him this week probably and get my code. I'm going to ask, and he always tells me, anything new coming out this month that I need to worry about before the end of October. And if he tells me no, I'm going to go ahead and buy the plane I want and get my 30% off. And that'll be the end of it for me. Well, I'm going to get more points or dollars or whatever with that purchase. And I'll probably buy one more thing to use up all those points. And then that'll be it. I don't know what else. It depends how many points I have when I end up buying on the last one. It'll be something cheap. But, yeah, that's going to do it for me. Yeah, it's not an upgrade at all unless you like buying Spectrum batteries and chargers. Because that's where you get the big discounts. Everything else, forget it. It's crap. So, no 30% off, no expedite shipping anymore. None of that. You don't get any of that crap. If you spend $2,500 a year or more, you get 7% back on your purchase. But you have to spend $2,500 before you get that. And then the points, the money you get, and points and shit, you only have I think 90 days. Maybe at the 2,500 you have 6 months, but that's it. It's not indefinite. You can't leave it in there like Fred did for years. No, you have 6 months to spend it, and then you lose it. The whole plan sucks for me. I'm not the least bit interested with it, and they can take it and stick it where the sun don't shine. I don't care. Not interested. And I already told Joe that, and he agreed. And he says I get hundreds of calls every day. He says I had everybody send me an email. I want you to send me one too. Tell me how upset you are about it, because I'm gonna walk into my boss and hand them to him and say, you're not making customers, because we're all pretty pissed off. So I didn't even like the elite deal at first, and I went kicking and screaming into the deal. But once I got it, I couldn't believe what a great deal that was. And I've passed it on to other people who have said the exact same thing I said, that it wouldn't be, I don't buy enough or whatever. And then they got it and used it and said the same thing. I can't believe I didn't do this sooner. So, yeah, that's exactly how I went into it, too. I didn't want it. I didn't think I was going to use it. Didn't think it would be an advantage. And, oh, my God, I saved so much money. And, yeah, so it was a great deal. But this new deal is not a deal. It's nothing I'm going to be interested in. Yeah, well, it'll definitely be a few years before I buy anything from Horizon. After I use my 30% coupon, that'll be the end of it for me. Plus the whatever little thing I buy to use up the dollars I make on my big dollar 30% off deal. So I could buy another OV10 Bronco and resell it and make a couple bucks. Thought about doing that. Hey, Cromer, I'm glad you stopped in. you know, to make don't be a stranger, man. You know, come on back. I'm not here every Saturday, but lately I have been. I'm trying to be here every Saturday, but I'm super busy with other things. So, but I'm trying anyway, and I've been doing pretty good so far. So yeah, we're usually here on Saturday nights. So come on back. You know, we'd love to have you. Yeah, that was a good choice, JCB. That's a nice airplane. It's beautiful in the dark. You know, and you have so many different lights. I don't know. There's over 70 different light patterns you can choose between multicolor, single color, flashing, the speed of the flashing, the rolling. You know, they can either have them just fade in and out or rolling. And there's a lot of combinations. You can really make yours unique. So. No, you're right, David, except if you didn't use it, if you call Joe, you're probably using Joe, he'll give you a code and you'll get your 30%. Okay? JCB just did it. He called and bitched. I called and bitched to Joe, but he didn't offer me that. But about a month later, JCB called me and told me that he talked to Joe that day, and Joe gave him a code to use to get his 30%. So call Joe and get your 30 coupon code for the 30% and use it. That's what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, you got one of those crushed boxes? Yeah, that happens occasionally. You know, FedEx they don't crush my boxes, they just steal them. They stole my 3D printer. So yeah, call Joe and just say, hey, just tell him, hey, Jim, called me and told me you've got a code for me to use get my 30%. I want my code. Because I'm going to do the same thing. What you got a plane in mind, David? What are you going to buy? Yeah, you're probably right. And someone that's, doesn't have any honor might call him more than once and get the code again. Or maybe the code can be used more than once. I don't know. I don't know. I just want my one. That's all I care about. I'll be happy if I get my one. Yeah, honor among thieves. Right. So I'm gonna call him. Probably this next week. I'll probably call him. And I'll just ask him flat out. Anything new coming out before the end of October? And if he says no, then I'm gonna use the code. And I think. Right. Same here, David. That's exactly what I was doing. And Joe always told me what was coming. So he wouldn't tell me exactly what was coming. He would tell me whether or not something was coming and whether it fit my criteria. Like he said, yeah, I can't tell you what it is, but there is a new release coming. And I say, okay, is it over $500? And, you could play that little game and he'll say no or yes, And is it an airplane or is it surface? And he'll tell you that too, That he won't get exactly what it is, but he'll put you in the ballpark where you can make a decision where you want to wait for it or not. So he always did that for me. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call him. I'm going to find out if I can you know, what's coming, if anything's coming, and then I make a decision. And if I think what I'm going to buy, it's either another OV10 Bronco complete, you know, all the servos and everything, like I did. It's sitting right there. Buy another one of those, and then probably resell it, because I can mark it up $500 and still make money on it, and they still save money on it. So I'm thinking of maybe doing that, but probably not. I'm probably just going to buy the 80mm f/16 bind and fly, because it comes with a 10-channel receiver, and they already have the elevons programmed into it, I guess, from what I'm told. And I think I'm just going to go with that. I already have that plane, but I bought the plug-and-play version, or the Pro. What do they call it? The Plus. The you know, so it didn't come with a ESC or a fan or motor, and no receiver. And but it's another airframe that I was going to put my own stuff in. But if I can, you know, because it'll be under $400 with the 30% off. It's like $380 or $390, something like that. So yeah, I'm going to do that. So anyway, yeah, if you guys are in the Elite program and you want to use your 30%, call Joe, get your code, and get your 30%. My first hint that something was going on, before I knew that they'd come up with this new full throttle program, is I ordered that decathlon from Horizon. And the same day, within minutes of ordering that, I don't remember which one I ordered first, but they were within minutes of each other. I ordered the T28 from Hobby King. The Hobby King got here first. And I was like, okay, how did my Elite program, how in the world did Hobby King beat them on an order with my Elite? And that's when I called Joe to find out what had happened, and that's when I found out this is, you know, I said, well, where's this new full throttle? Oh, you have to go on your page where your points are, or something. I don't know, someplace. And I'm like, so then I went and read it, and I'm like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna work for me. But once I, you know, my Hobby King plane got here first, I called and said, okay, what's going on? What happened to my 2-day shipping? Oh, that's gone. We did away with that. What? Yeah, that was not fun. Didn't appreciate that at all. So, anyway, so I hope you guys take advantage of that. If if you haven't used it yet, or even if you have, I guess you probably can do it again, because he won't know. If you're one of those. Anyway, you know. Oh, you ordered that one? Did you really? Well, isn't that thing like $800, Mike? Oh, Christ, it's even more for you in Canada, but yeah, that thing's expensive. Yeah, I wasn't the least bit interested in that one. Ugh. I'll tell you what I ordered that's similar was the Hanger 9 Valiant. It's close to 2 meters, I believe. It's all wood, it's balsa, and it was super cheap. It was on sale. I I want to say I paid less than $200 for it, and it's beautiful. You know, it's all wood kit. You know, it's a Valiant. You know, flaps and ailerons and all that, and you know, really beautiful. Yeah, 1250. Yeah, Jesus. So yeah, that was a crazy good deal. They had it on sale, you know, plus my elite points with it, and yeah, it was awesome. So Michael Wrights had told me that about that one, and I went and looked and I bought it. I was like, oh my god, that is a great deal. That one's still in the box. That's one of my planes that's still in the box. Because that needs, you know, at any time you buy those kind of planes, you gotta, well, actually not yours. Yours is going to come plug and play, but yeah, I have to put my own servos in it, my own motor and speed control and all that. So, but still, it was a beautiful airplane for under $200. So, yeah, I was real happy with that. Still trying to decide if I want to buy that turbine plane from my buddy Bo. Keep thinking about it, man. I'd like to have it, but at the same time, I don't want to spend. I don't want to spend $3,000. So yeah, gotta make a decision here pretty soon because I'm afraid you know, let somebody else buy it. And if he sells it to one of the dipshits out at our field, they'll just crash it. So that'll be the end of that anyway. Which one, David? The bind and fly or the plug and play for 429? That's a bad sign. That means they might discontinue it again. Yeah. Bind and fly. Yeah, that's a really good deal. That's 200. That's over $200 off. Right? I think. Well, or is it? What is it? 619 now, or is it more than that? So yeah, that's a good deal. Great airplane, guys. So people always ask me if I could only have one airplane out of all the planes that are available. If you could only have one airplane, what would you buy? And so it wouldn't be my favorite airplane, but it's the most practical airplane. Would be that T-28. And the reason why is it qualifies for giant scale events, whether it's scale or not, or a giant size event. It qualifies for that. It qualifies for any scale event. It qualifies for any military airplane event. So you can take it pretty much everywhere and fly it because it's the one airplane that covers all the bases. Now, is it my favorite airplane? No. It's close to my favorite. I really, really, really like it. But I have a couple of planes I like better. But they're all pigeonholed to one or two things, like like my J65 is a jet. You know, so that's the only place I can fly it. It's a jet event. You know, or an event that lets you fly a jet, but it's not military. It's not giant scale. You know, it's you know, so the most versatile airplane that does it all is the Carbon CT-28. So if I could only have one airplane, that would be it. Just because I could take it anywhere and fly it. You know, if any event that's going on, pretty much, unless it's just a jet event. But you know, everything else it qualifies for. So I could take it to a lot of different. So that would be my if I had to have one airplane only, that would be it. Yep, yep, it does. It's a very impressive airplane to fly, both to watch and to fly. It's a great flying airplane, and it gets a lot of attention. People love it. You know, it's just a really, you know, and at 429, guys, if you don't own one of those planes, you definitely need to go buy it, because that's a gotta have. Yeah, big yellow. Well, I have it. I have the old red and white version and two yellow. So I have three of them. Yeah, it's if you don't have one, guys, I highly recommend you get it. Yeah, at 429 is a steal. Hell, I might go buy another one. If they had it in red and white, I would definitely buy another one. But I really don't need another yellow one. But I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to say no to. At that price, boy, that is a steal. So that's now if I was my favorite airplane. If we're talking jets, I would say the J65 is my favorite jet. Even though, you know, I happen to have two of the Yak, you know, the 90 millimeter Yak 130, 170. It's a 130. I think it's a 130. I have two of those, and it's an amazing jet. Love that jet. Yeah, but the J65 flies better. Not a lot better, but it's definitely better. Yeah, exactly. Buy it and paint it right out of the box. You're right. You know, that's not. You know what? That. You know, that's a hell of an idea, actually. You know, buy it and then I can make it red and white. What the fuck? I hadn't really considered that, but yeah, then I'd have a red and white one with lights. Damn. I might be buying. David, I hate you. God, you make me spend money. That's what he always tells me. I hate you, Kenny. Every time I watch your show, you make me spend money. All right, David, you're doing the same thing to me. You're making me spend money. Any trouble with the front landing gear? On which one, David? Which plane are we talking about? Now I'm going to have to go buy that T-28, damn it. Shit. Oh, crap. And I'm probably going to buy it tonight to make sure I get one, because they're going to sell out fast. So, no, I've never had any problem with the nose gear on the T-28. Ever. Not the old one, not the new ones. None of my T-28s ever had a problem with the nose gear. Now, the main gears on the old one, if you're going too fast, will not go up. They'll stall because the wind resistance against them falls. They fall on the rear of the wing, and everybody tells me I'm wrong, and I can prove it to them every time. You know, I just take their plane, I take it up, put the flaps down, slow it down, get into a high alpha with it, and cycle the gear, and they go right up. I said, there it is. Okay, so I just proved that's what's wrong. You can't fly Mach Jesus and cycle the gear. It ain't going to work. So I can always make the gear go up. But never had a problem with the nose gear. It was always the mains on the old one. And I haven't had that problem with the new one. They always go up. So they did something, I don't know if they just cantered them slightly different, so that even with the wind resistance against them, they still go up. But yeah. Yeah. Mike, you can even do it incorrectly. It still lands like a cloud. I mean, that plane's one of the easiest airplanes to land. The only plane I know of right now that lands better than the T-28, honestly, is the Super Tucano from Hobby King. That thing it lands itself, literally. All you got to do is get it pointed at the runway and, just get it in any kind of a flare so the nose wheel's slightly up, and it'll be a perfect landing every time. It's ridiculously easy to land. But yeah, the T-28's an awesome lander too. Great airplane. But yeah, no, never had a problem with the nose gear on that plane ever. So yeah, it's I don't know if you have one of those, David, but if you don't, you definitely want to go buy that one. It just has such a presence in the air. I mean, it's big on the ground, but it's big in the air. I mean, when you're flying it around, it's big, and people just like Roy said, it just draws everybody's attention. You can't stop looking at it. So you sold an RC truck today. So you sold it and had fun with it? You had fun with the money, or you had fun? You sold it to a friend and you're still driving the toy truck you sold? That's the ultimate right there. You sell the truck to your friend and then he lets you drive it all day. There you go. I don't think did you change the wheels and tires on your T-28? I don't think I did. No, I know I didn't. Yeah, I haven't changed any of the tires on my T-28. I'm still flying it with the ones it came with. Oh, you had fun with it before you sold it. Oh God, I gotta go to Tower. David, you're killing me. It's fun to return the favor. So, Tower Hobbies. Let's go see. Now I gotta go see what else is in the scratch and dent besides that. I love their scratch and dent section. I'm just gonna go ahead and sign in because more than likely I'm gonna buy it. I might as well just do it right now and get it over with. Ah, shit. Just go ahead and sign in. Let's get it over with. Let's do it. Scratch and dent. Here we are. What's in here? And if you guys are wondering, I'll narrate what's in here for you. If there's anything worth buying, I'll let you know. Anything I think you might be interested in. Oh, they're out of stock of that one. Not the T-28. I was just going to tell you the Fury truck is a great deal. I have it, but it's already sold out. Damn it. So let's see. $250 off on the 1/6 scale Jeep. The green one. Oh, both of them actually. They have the silver one too. They're both $250 off. No, they're not. I take that back. The green one's $250. No, it's not. Hang on a minute. $850, $950, $1050, $1150. $350 off. Wow. Yeah, it's normally $11.99 and it's on sale for $8.49. Wow. The green one. The silver one is $100 more. $9.49.
So they're the same exact truck. One's green, one's silver. They must have more green ones than silver ones, but they still have an abundance of both. So if you want the green one, you save $350. And if you want the silver one, you save $250. $200 off a Fusion 700 kit with motor and blades. The Blade Fusion 700. $180 off the J Cub. Hell, they had that cheaper than that regular at Horizon a week ago, I think it was. It was well, maybe it was the same price. No, it was only 300 and something. This one's $729. It's on sale for $549. Yeah, it's still in stock, the T28. Doesn't say out of stock yet. Yep, $619.99, $429.99. That is a screaming good deal. So that 10th scale Jeep Gladiator, normally $579, on sale for $299. Wow, that's a good deal. Well, that's weird. It doesn't say out of stock or scratch and dent on it. So what does that mean? It's not marked either way. Huh. I don't know what that means. Let's see. They're out of stock on that one. The A10, normally $479, $359. So that's what, $120 off. That's not bad. If you like the 64mm A10, it does have retracts. Ooh, the extra 330 that matches my giant one is on sale. Oh, I might have to get that too. Shit. David! Normally $449, which I would have never paid that for, but it's on sale for $319. So what is that? That's $130 off. Yeah, I might pull the trigger on that one, just because it matches my big one. I have a big wood one that I bought. You know, it's a 72-inch, I think, or 80. It might be 85-inch. I forget. It's the same exact color scheme. That extra 330 they came out with, the SC. Mine's an SC 330. Is what they call it. Well, that's what this is. Extra 330 SC. Yeah. So, yeah. So I had that exact plane in a giant scale wood 12S electric plane. And I wanted the little one to match because it's the same color scheme. So $319. Yeah, I'll probably do that one too. Okay, here's the Cub I was thinking of. It's $329. What's the difference between this one and the other one? This one's 82 inches. How big's the other one? Same airplane. Oh, this one's plug and play. Oh. They have a Hangar 9 plug and play Cub. I didn't know that. 729's on sale for $549. Okay. Plug and play. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that. The binding, or no, this isn't even a. The ARF is only $329. Same airplane. Normally $449. It's on sale for $329. So that's $120 off. Let's see here. Night Timber X Evolution, $399 normally, $279. Another $120 off. That's a pretty good deal. And it's a night flyer for you guys that haven't flown at night. You want to get into it. There you go. There's your cheap way in. That's a pretty good $279. That plane's a good deal for $279. The 1.2 Trojan T-28, $249. Normally $379, $249. That's a good deal. That's another $130 off. Corsair's on sale for $299, so not, that's not quite $100 off, right? $299, $399, yeah. That's only like $80 off. I don't know why they think that's should be more expensive than the T-28, but whatever. The Twimber, that's $90 off. Well, that's weird. Oh. Well, that's the same price, isn't it? Yeah, they have the regular Night Timber, not the Evolution, the standard one. Same price, $279. So you can have the Evolution or the regular. I have the regular. I don't have the Evolution. I don't know what the difference is, if any. Decals, got different decals on it. Wow, P-47 Razorback, 1.2 flaps, retracts, weapons, armament. $199. Normally $299. On sale for $199. Wow. For a 1.2. Oh, that's the plug and play version though, not the bind and fly. Okay, sorry. I thought it was the bind and fly. They have the Cherokee on sale. $100 off. $229. Bind and fly. The Blackjack, what is that? Heat Time boat. The what do they call that? Twin hull. It's got sponsons like a catamaran kind of speedboat. $120 off. $219. Not bad. What else? There's 96 or 80. There's 86. Yeah, 86 planes on sale. So. Well, no. There's 86 things on sale. Planes, boats, surface cars. Yeah. So it's quite a bit of stuff on sale. Night Radiant's on sale. Sorry, Mike. Yeah, the Night Radiant Bind and Fly is on sale. $199. Normally $269. The Decathlon, oh, that's the plug and play though, not the bind and fly. They had the Decathlon on sale. Beautiful airplane. I really love that airplane. $179, plug and play. Got to put your own receiver in it. The Mini Draco is on sale for $149. That's a bind and fly. $149. That's not bad for that little Draco. They had the Fury truck on sale with battery and charger combo for $119. It's sold out. I think that's what I paid for it when I bought mine. Pretty close to that. That was a great deal. It's a nice little truck. I like it. It's a 10 scale truck, but it runs real good. It's brushed. It's not the brushless, but it's fine. You know, it's a nice truck. It's too bad they're sold out of it. All right, well, that's going to pretty much do it for what I see. I don't see any spectacular. I mean, there's a bunch of deals out here, guys. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff on sale, but I hit you the highlights. Those are the ones that were, you know, close to $100 off or more. That I thought you might be interested in. But there's plenty more out here to look at. A lot of good deals. So, yeah, definitely worth checking out. I would definitely go to Tower, go to Scratch and Dent, take a look. Definitely some nice stuff out here. All right, let me get back to the chat and see what's going on. Yeah, the Twimber is gay. I agree, Roy. 100%. I'm not a big fan of the whole Timber line anyway, but I do like the X, and that's, you know, so yeah, I turned my regular. I had bought an original Timber way back when, and then they had 70% off on all the Timber X Night replacement parts. So I bought the fuselage, the wings, and the tail surfaces for 70% off, and took everything out of my Timber and put it in the Timber X Night version. Turned my regular Timber into a Night Timber X, and that was cool. I was very happy I did that. Still flying it, love it. And then I bought the green decals to put on. I haven't put them on yet. I haven't gotten around to doing it. But I bought the regular Timber was green, and the Night Timber was red. So I bought the green decal sheet to put on it, because all the new body parts for the Timber X didn't come with decals on it. So it's just white, well, just foam colored. Yeah, it's just bare foam. So I bought the green decal set to put on it so I could have a Night Timber X in green. So I thought that would look cool. Just go through the chat, see what I missed. I backed up too far. Let me get caught up here.
JCB, are you talking about commercials during my show? Is that what you're talking about? You had to go watch The View. Oh my God, Michael Bear, you are hilarious. You really are. You are hilarious. Next thing you'll be telling us is the cops are at the door again. No truck T-28. Went to the Air and Space Museum today in D.C. Is that the Smithsonian, Michael? Is that what's in D.C.? Yeah, like Michael said, I'm getting ready to save a lot of money. Oh, I bet the foam board goes up in price too, Michael, but not nearly as much. You can still build a nutball for $1.25. I can build. Listen, I can build the Corsair for $250. You know, the flight test course. You know, the master build. I can build the master build Corsair for $250. Yeah, I bought a whole box of foam board from Flight Test, and I bought the Corsair to use as a pattern. The kit, you know, so I could use it as a pattern. Went to the Dollar Tree and bought a bunch of wood signs that I can cut into the spars for the because the sign's got printing on it and everything for $1.25. How can you go wrong there? I can cut 4 spars out of one sign, so I can do 2 airplanes for one sign for $1.25. So there you go. So I buy my wood for spars at the Dollar Tree. Yeah, I only bought the kit to use as a pattern. You know, I want to build a bunch of those Corsairs. I really like the look of it. You know, when it's painted right, which I saw a guy do on YouTube. It looks every bit as good as any store bought airplane for $1.25. You know, whatever in foam board. Well, probably $2.50, $1.25 for foam board, $1.25 for plywood for the spar. But yeah, and then you just paint it up, put some decals on it. Man, it was beautiful. They did such a great job. So yeah, I was impressed. That was a good looking airplane. So I plan to make a bunch of them. That's why I bought the kit, so I could use it as a pattern and make a bunch of them. So I do it a little different. It's not. My builds are a little slower because I don't strictly use hot glue. I use regular contact cement. I only use a little bit of hot glue to hold it in place while the contact cement dries. So if my plane gets too hot in the sun and the hot glue, melts, it's glued together with contact cement, so it's not going to come apart even if it gets too hot. So, but that causes it to slow. It takes a little longer to build it because, I put a drop of hot glue. I put two big long, contact cement strips, leaving a little spot in the middle and at each end. And then I take my hot glue gun and I put a dot at the end, a dot in the middle, and a dot at the other end, and then I put it together and hold it until the hot glue sets. And then the contact cement dries when it dries, and then the plane's glued together permanently. It's not going to come apart if it overheats. So, Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? Right. That's the problem I had with hot glue. I built a couple hot glue planes here in Florida that doesn't hold, 100%. So that's when I developed the mixture of hot glue to hold it together while the regular glue dries, and that way it's more permanent. They last a lot longer that way. Yeah, I just moved my flying wing the other day. Where did I move that? Was that down here? Yeah, I think it's down here. I think I moved it over there off the car when I was moving stuff around. And the wing itself is perfect, but the wingtips, the end caps are all ruined. I got to redo the end caps. So, but yeah, that thing is full of green LEDs. So at night it glows in the dark. It's just a big green flying wing. Looks cool as hell in the dark. So yeah, that's a cool airplane. It's the blunt nose. I think they just call it the blunt nose Versa wing. Is that what they call it? So that's what I built, and it flies for 45 minutes on a 5,000 3-cell. I need that big of a battery for ballast in the nose, to get the CG right. So I might as well use usable ballast. So I put that big ass battery in there, and I can fly for 45 minutes. With the lights on. I can fly it for 45 minutes with the lights on. So that's cool as hell. Yeah. Yeah, the Versa. Yeah, the blunt nose Versas. The Versa is just point to point. And then the blunt nose Versa has that big flat section, and then the points are off of the big fat flat section. So I did that because I wanted more room for a bigger battery, and so I built the blunt nose Versa, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, Michael. It's just it's easier to get the because you can't put the battery far enough forward in the regular Versa to get the balance right. There's just not enough room up there to shove a battery to get the CG right. So the blunt nose, you got plenty of room. So yeah, I found mine worked great with a 5,000 3-cell. That was the perfect balance, and like I said, it's all usable weight. So. You can, yeah, I guess I could glue a bunch of fishing sinkers on the whole leading edge up there in the nose to try to get the balance right. But that's dead weight. When you put a 5,000 battery in there, you get to use all that weight, as ballast and flight time. So 45 minutes of flying is great. So,
Yeah, that's why I did that. I built that plane, Christ, a long time ago. Good God. I think I built that plane before I moved here. I've been here 11 years. I think I built that before I moved here. So, but yeah, it looks so cool at night with the lights on. So, I just filled the whole thing with, right down the spars. I put a line of LEDs down the front side of the spar and down the back side of the spar, so it lights toward the leading edge and toward the tailing edge, and it just illuminates like a lantern. It just illuminates the whole airplane green. So the whole airplane's just solid green. It looks really cool. Yeah, that was one of the first ones. Yeah. I could never come up with wingtips I liked, the caps, and I finally came up with some. I still didn't really like them, but they worked. But they're destroyed. They were just foam board. I'm thinking about 3D printing a couple of end caps this time, because I can make them really thin, and they'll be way stronger than foam board, and I think they'll be if I put enough in the littlest amount of infill in them, I think they'll be strong and light, and so I'm think that's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna print some the end caps this time out of I'm going to 3D print them and try that. I also have the plans for the vegan. Do you remember that one? That was that jet, the Delta jet that they made. That looked so cool. So I have the plans downloaded. Oh God, you know what? I might have lost those. Damn it! I just remembered. I wiped that drive. I tried to save everything and it didn't save it to a disk, and I don't think it saved it. I might have lost those plans. Damn it! I could probably still get them. They're probably still out on the web. I could probably find them. Yeah, I think so too, Michael. That's why I'm going to try it. I think if I 3D print them, they'll be, more durable, stronger, so they stand upright and don't curl, and like the paper ones are always screwing up. The wing's fine. The wings stayed really good shape all these years, but I thought so too, Michael. I thought I saw that. I think they do have a new version of the vegan. I thought I saw that. So we'll have to go look at that. All right, I'm going to take a look at this, Michael. Let's see what we're talking about here. An F-35. An F-35 out of what, foam board? It's a flight test plane? Oh no, this is the guy that made that. Yeah, the transition to hover. Yeah, I saw this.
We also have twin 70mm EDFs from FMS, and that little blue board right there was also custom designed for this model. The designer's name is Eric. He is legendary, and the telemetry he's using for this model is truly next level. Now that little FR Sky remote is his travel transmitter, along with the travel case that he designed.
Yeah, this guy's been working on this for a long time. He just keeps plugging along. He's really he's really trying to perfect. He started off with a Harrier. He was trying to get a Harrier to vertical takeoff and land, and yeah, he's doing a great job. He really is. But it's still the problem is going to be to get any real flight time out of it. You know, because as soon as you try to take off vertically, you're using so much energy, so much battery to get it into a hover, and then to transition into flight, and then get it back into a hover. You're talking about a minute, probably minute and a half, maybe of flight time. So it's really cool. You know, it's very cool, but you know, is it worth the aggravation for so little flight time? You know, we'll see. I mean, batteries are going to get better. He's going to perfect it some more. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see how it goes. I give the guy a lot of props, though. I mean, it's amazing what he's doing. You know, he's pretty much dedicated his life to this. he really wants this to work. You know, I've been watching him for years. You know, he's been trying to get a Harrier to work. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? You know, and then he switched over to the F-35. But yeah, you go look. He's like I said, this guy's been doing this for a while. Pretty sure it's the same guy. I think it is. So, you know, very cool. Well, I've got 15 in here and 15 likes. I guess I should spin the bingo wheel and give away a prize. Oh wait, it's not the end of the show yet. Oh yeah, all right. So I gave this advice. I think it was last week's show. I gave this advice out. So I'll give it out again, just to remind you guys that you know, the best flying jet, you want to look at wing loading, and the lighter the better. All right, so a 91 gram wing loading is going to fly way better than a 156 gram wing loading. So always check that when you're looking at a new jet to buy. Go look at the wing loading first, and before you make a decision whether it might be a really cool jet, but is it going to fly very well? That's the key. You know, the wing loading will tell you the difference whether it's going to be a good flying jet or not. So just keep that in mind. You want to keep the wing loading light. Like the J65 is under 100 grams, 91 grams wing loading, and I think that's what you should be searching for. You know, try to get a jet that has less than 100 grams of wing loading, and I think you'll have a winner, a real winner. Now that's not to say it's got to have that, but you know, obviously a bigger airplane could handle a little more wing loading because it could carry a little more weight. Yeah, that's the key thing to look at, though. What's the wing loading, and that'll tell the tale. Now, so right now the J65. I wish I could go look up. I do have a box over there, but I bet it's not on the box. My original Viper 90 flies fantastic, and it didn't even have a really good 90 millimeter fan in it. And I think I'd like to know what the wing loading is on that, just for comparison, because that's a really good flying jet. If you want to see one fly, Mike, you know, Roach Coach he has the same plane, you know, and he flies his all the time. with onboard camera, you know. So go watch his videos. You know, he loves that jet. So do I. I had it at Bigfoot. The first time I went to Bigfoot, I had it there flying. I don't think I brought it the second time. Can't remember. But I had it at the first one that I went to. I'm sorry, Michael. Did I miss your answer? Is that the Smithsonian in D.C.? I'm not sure. I didn't. If you answered it, I didn't see the answer. So if you'd answer it again, thank you. Cool. Yeah, I've always wanted to go there. Maybe one day. I hope so one day. Definitely, I've been to a lot of air museums, but I haven't made it to that one yet. I definitely want to go there. So, they have the Enola Gay there, right? I think that's where they've got that one. Have we talked about the new Tundra yet? No, we have not. Is there a new Tundra out? Which one? What do we got out now, Mike? Welcome to the show, by the way. Let's go take a look. I did not know there was a new Tundra out. Nobody mentioned that. Let's go to Hobby King and see what's going on. Okay. I'm already subscribed, thank you. Looks like it's a, I love the color. That new lime green looks cool. Love that. We'll look and see if there's any sales going on while I'm here, since I'm already in here. New items. Flashing. Let's see what the new items are. Oh, it's a Grand Tundra. Whoa. Ah. The Avios Grand Tundra 2. I love the color. Oh, that's beautiful. Very nice. That is very nice. I love that. Huh. Pretty cool. Still too much money, though. I don't think it's worth $369. I'm sorry. I just bought the Husky, which is sitting right behind me here, for $289, and it's bigger. This is 1800. That's 1700. So if they got it down in the 200 range, I'd probably buy it. But at $369, I just don't think it's worth that. Yeah, not to me anyway. But I love the color scheme. Boy, I really do love that color scheme. I guess I'll keep my eye open for that to go on sale. and they put it on sale, I'll definitely buy it. Yeah, I really love the new color. That really looks good. I love that color green. So, yeah. Yeah, very cool. I think my Husky's prettier, though. I love the scheme on the Husky. I'll show it to you. Hang on a minute. Let me just do a quick look here. Let's see what's on sale. See if there's anything I can't live without. So I originally had the regular Tundra in green, the original color. And I sold that one to buy the red, white, and blue because I just like the red, white, and blue one better. And I think I bought it with the floats. And then, all right, so just let me scan through here real quick, see if anything's on sale. Yeah, $14 off, guys. I'm sorry, especially on a $250 airplane. That's not a sale. $46 off the gyrocopter. Well, good luck if you want that thing. Let's see what else is on here. Boy, they really don't have much on sale. The Durafly Carbon Arcus. It's a 3D biplane. It's $26 off. Still kind of lame, really, but it's something. Let's see here. What else I got? Well, they really don't have much on sale right now. Shit. Oh my God. The Avio C130 is up to $422. The last one, I have 3 of those. The last one I bought, it was on sale for $270. $277 or $272, I forget. Right? It's $422 now. Wow. That's wow. That's pricey. Whew. Yeah, I could have passed that one up when it was on sale. I was like, okay, I got to buy that. Jesus, that's just too good a deal. That's it. They ain't got nothing on sale. Jesus. Yeah, nothing on sale. Not going to buy the new Tundra unless it goes on sale. If it goes on sale, I'll probably buy it. So here's my 1800, which is bigger, Husky. Now, I thought I could get it out in the box without getting up, but I can't. I haven't cleared it yet. But I think this is... Oh, that's not what I want. Here's what I want. Yeah, I think this is a better color scheme. Bigger airplane and cheaper. I think it's cheaper even off sale. I think it's cheaper. I think it's $349. I think. I'm not sure. But I got it on sale for $289, I think it was. You know, 1800 flaps, retract, same as the Tundra. I'll give you this: the Tundra is going to come with better tires, and there's no doubt there. Those soft tires that Hobby King came out with are the bomb. No, I'll probably put it. I have extra sets of those. I'll probably put a set of those tires on this plane because I love those tires. But I love this. This is beautiful. Yeah, I love the orange black. I loved it in the red and black too. The same scheme but red and black, and I love that too. They're beautiful. So yeah, I love that color though. That green's awesome. If they, like I said, if they put that thing on sale, I'll definitely jump on it. You know, if it's a good sale. You know, if it's $9 now. But if it gets under $300, yeah, I'll buy it. Yeah, definitely buy it. Under $300, I'd buy it. Oh, you bought the Arcus, did you, Jeff? So you'd buy the Grand Tundra too? Is that what you're saying there? Is that I'm trying to decipher that. I think that's what you meant. So, oh wow, so you bought the Arcus. Good. I can't wait to see that one fly. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. I keep forgetting about the tariffs. Yeah, I wonder how that's going to affect shit in the future here. What's not the same, Jeff? Phil, what are you talking about? You got a lot of great planes from Hobby King in the past, so it's disappointing. What's disappointing? What am I missing here? What did I miss? Yeah, that's a good point, Mike. I forgot to look at that. Are those plugins or not? Not. Yeah, you're right. I mentioned that before when I was talking about it, and you're right. They're not. So yeah, that's definitely something to think about. I don't have to take my wings off to transport my planes because I have a trailer, so I don't think of that too much. But yeah, that's a good point. You know, definitely something to consider. What new tires? I mean, they don't have their super soft foam tires anymore. They better still have them. Well, they come inflated, Mike. So they're already pre-inflated, but if you have to pump them up, which I have a flat tire on my what do they call that stupid? The Bison, the Motion RC Bison. Yeah, when I bought that plane, it had one flat tire, so it needs to be pumped up. I have some air-filled Dubro tires, and they seem to be fine. I have a set of those on my Draco. But the super squishy foam tires that Hobby King came out with, nobody else that I know of, and if you guys know of it, um, of somebody else that makes. Okay, Jeff, why do you say the Hussey's not even close to the Grand Tundra V2? What's different? Why do you think the Grand Tundra is better? Oh, I don't know. I didn't buy the Bison new. I bought it used. If it came with a pump, I didn't get the pump. I'll have to ask Mike if hey, where's the pump? Oh, they won't ship to Canada anymore. Yeah, I don't know why. Fuck, I don't know. Politics. What I have no idea. Yeah, I'd have to. I don't prefer the pump up tires other than yeah, at the time when I bought a couple of pair of the pump up Dubros because I couldn't get the soft ones from Hobby King. They've been on national galactic back order forever. Yeah, I saw that Brian Phillips released a video when I just went to the page and looked at it. Um,
makes getting the batteries in and out pretty easy, especially now with that new train, and there's plenty of room in there for the largest packs in the recommended range. When it comes to the push rods, you have bolt links on both ends for the elevator and the rudder. As far as flaps and ailerons are concerned, you have bolt links on the surface end and a 90-degree bend with flips on the circle end. When it comes to hinges, the elevator with foam hinges. The rudder is a mechanical plastic hinge, and of course the sliding flaps are mechanical hinge. When it comes to field assembly and disassembly, your main struts installed with clips similar to the body clips for RC cars that you know towards the fire, and that happens very quickly. The wings have automatic electronic connections, so there's no wires to deal with, and you only need to take off 2 screws.
Yeah, Mike, we're all behind you, buddy. We're sorry for your loss. No, you have nothing to be sorry about. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're your family, buddy. We're here for you. All right? Don't ever apologize for that.
It doesn't take very long. It didn't take me long at all, and that was not using instructions and trying to figure out what screws went where to make sure I was using the wrong ones. If you want access to the full manual, it comes with a quick setup guide. There's a QR code right there that you can scan to gain access to that manual. Go to HondaKing.com, go to the sales page for Grand Tuner 2, and download the full manual there. We're going to put a link in the description to John B. Jersey's excellent assembly video of this airplane, so if you'd like to follow a step-by-step assembly video, be sure to click that link and check it out. When it comes to setup, the quick setup guides are a great place to start. You can implement that setup in your Grand Tuner 2, maiden it, and then make adjustments to the setup to your preferences from there. When it comes to our personal setup and flight spectrum, we installed an AR631 Plus receiver. That's a 6-channel AS-rated wireless stabilization cable receiver. We are utilizing that. We put it on a switch, so we fly the airplane all the ways. Put your receiver in. There's an easy-to-access magnetic
Uh-oh.
here. You have easy access to the wires and the shelf for your receiver places to put your antennas. If you
Uh-oh. 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 I screwed up. Oh, what happened? What did I do? Oh, crap. What happened here? Holy crap.
Servo travel, we are at 136 on ailerons and 145 for elevator and rudder. And when it comes to expo and rates, we are at 100% rates on aileron, 10% expo, 100%
Wow.
rates on elevator.
What the hell did I do with my finger?
100% rates on
Looks like it was bleeding.
expo. Our balance point is 70 millimeters from the
Okay, I think I'm safe.
back with your right side up and ready to fly. To achieve that balance point, flying 6
Yeah, somehow I guess I accidentally closed my studio, so I lost the chat. I don't know how the hell I did that, but I'm back. Yeah, so I didn't lose it. We're good. We're all here. Okay, good. I don't know what I did. I was pressing buttons. Sorry, guys. I gotta stop pressing buttons.
Those are already one of the best sport push planes you could ever put your money down on, and now it's just better with the new bells and whistles. So we're very impressed with it. You can do sport aerobatics, you can do some 3D, you can bush fly. And while the OG Grand Tuner is great for that, the Grand Tuner 2 is even better. You still have the fully adjustable, very rugged gear. You have a much more rugged tail wheel. It's not going to put pressure on your rudder no matter what you're going across. And you have the inflatable.
All right, Mike. Let's get off that subject then. Since you're
let's we got to distract you somehow. let's distract you here. What else are we looking at? Any other good stuff going on right now?
Grand Tundra, but maybe that was an issue for some. I will say that it is more efficient by some measure. We're getting longer flight times than I remember getting. So I'm pretty impressed with that. And we're flying the airplane on smaller 6L packs.
With the tail wheel turning utilizing springs, it turns tight enough, but it wouldn't hurt if it turned a bit tighter. The Grand Tundra 2 slows down well. If you really want to get it slow, I would use the smallest battery possible, maybe a 6L 32 or 3300 as far back as you can. That was a full speed pass on the 6L. The Grand Tundra 2 literally has 3D horsepower. And here's a flat spin for you. And again, with a lighter pack all the way back, you can probably flatten that out a good bit.
Oh, I know something I didn't update you guys on. So I ceramic coated my Dodge Charger, the Daytona, with that ceramic coating stuff, and wow, pretty impressive. I gotta tell you, that super easy to put on. You just wipe it on, and then you let it dry for 60 seconds, and you wipe it back off. And it's just amazing. You know, it leaves a real nice shine. I haven't gone out. You know, it rained all over the car this morning, so I haven't gone out to look at it. But there shouldn't be a water spot on it anywhere. So I'll look at it tomorrow. According to the way the water is supposed to just roll off the car in sheets and leave no water spots behind. So I got to go out and take a look at it. I didn't look at it today. I forgot. I was too busy playing with the lift. But, yeah, I was pretty impressed with how easy it applies. It's just easy. You just get this little applicator and you just wipe it on. And you just, make sure you just got full coverage. It doesn't have to be any, like super even. It doesn't matter. Just wipe it on. Make sure it's on there on all the surface you're doing. I was doing an area about, I don't know, 2 foot by 2 foot generally area. Wipe it on, wait 60 seconds, and wipe it off. And yeah, easy on, easy off. Looks like it did a great job. Really, really impressed. Super, super slick. I threw a microfiber cloth on the hood, and it just slid right on off. Normally it would just sit there, but this one just kept sliding and went right off the end of the hood. So. Yeah, pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to testing it some more. I might actually, well, I'll get a look at it tomorrow and see what it looks like. But I think I might take the hose and run it over it too and see what it
See what it looks like when you run the hose over it. How fast the water sheets off of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, something new. I hadn't tried this. I've done a lot, and I clayed the car again. I'm gonna go get it. I gotta show you. I gotta go to the bathroom anyway, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and on the way back, I'm gonna grab the clay and show you what I did. I thought I had clayed the rear glass, and I guess I hadn't because I started to ceramic it, and it felt really gritty, and I'm like, oh crap! I guess I forgot to do the rear glass. I thought I did it, so I tore up my clay again, and I reclayed just the back window. And I didn't touch any part of the car, just the window. Wait till you see how red this clay is from just doing the back window. There was a ton of paint on the back window that you can't see. I mean, there's no way looking at it you would know it's red overspray on the window. It looked perfectly fine. Wait till you see the clay when I bring it. So let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll bring you the clay, and I'll show it to you. It's going to blow your mind.
that gear. Tires, not bad. That didn't look bad, but check it out in slow motion. And notice that even with an impact that hard, it only bounced in the air about 1.5 inches. Not bad at all. And here is, of course, the gratuitous hover. This airplane is so big. We truly have a blast flying the new Grand Tundra 2. If you just love sportcruise planes, this is a must-have. Definitely one of the better options out there. Once again, happy flying. We'll see you next week with something for the cruise.
Alright. So if you guys remember last week, I was showing you the clay before, you know, I tore it up and it was blue. Alright, so here's what it looks like after. All I did was the back window. Alright. I didn't do anything, I didn't touch any other part of the car, I just did the back glass. And look at how red this is. And both sides. So all that red paint was on my back window. And it's either from painting the helmet. It's on the shelf behind me here. Let's see, what's the best way to show you that? Yeah. So that helmet there, it was either painting that helmet or the Captain America shield. But I wasn't painting next to the car. The car was pretty far away from where I was painting. And I even checked the wind to make sure the wind was not blowing that way. And it's still got this much overspray on it. You know, the whole car had overspray on it, but that's just from the back window. That's a crap load of paint, you know, that this clay took off. So I was pretty impressed with that. I was like, wow. And then, of course, when I ceramic coated it after that, it was it was perfect. You know, when I put it on, it was smooth as glass, literally. All right, are you guys still there, or did I really lose? Did I lose the stream? Nobody's said anything since Michael Bird said that, and so somebody say something. Just let me know we're still live. I mean, it says I am, but nobody's talking. So somebody say something. Michael Baird, just say something. You know, something. The word something. I figured that's what you would do anyway. Either you or Roy, somebody. I think the stream ended. I don't know. I guess it did. Nobody's talking. Doesn't say it ended, but nobody's talking. So I'm assuming it ended. Maybe it's just maybe my stream's not showing me the
Startup was mostly normal. Q had some issues with the transponder, which you'll see here in a minute, where it was squawking emergency, even though
No, it's
do so, so we're having trouble seeing him on the ground. seems like an emergency.
It says I'm live. Alright, I'm gonna do something else here then. Because I don't know why I'm not seeing anything. So let me do this. Alright, somebody just sent me a text message. So I guess I am live, but I'm not getting the chat. Okay, so Michael says you're still there, but I'm not getting any of the chat. So hang on a minute. Let me just bring it up normal instead of staying in studio. I'll watch it like you're watching it, and then I'll be able to see the chat again. I don't know what happened. Even after I recovered it, I had it until Michael said that it was making him feel bad to talk about his nephew, and then that's the last it's just stopped. No, the show's still running. I still see the number of people go in and out, and it's streaming, and it shows it, but I'm not getting any of the chat. It's not showing up. So I don't know what the heck happened there. So let me get caught up. Okay, it's showing live. So let me go there. Yep, this is it. Okay, so the show's still live. Let me see what's going on here. Got a Harbor Freight tool ad. Oh God, YouTube! You just gotta love YouTube. Okay, so all right, I'm back. I can see the. I'll have to mute this. So yeah, so I see everybody chatting now. Let me get caught up. Let me scroll up and get to the. Let me get back to. All right, so let me get here. We're almost. No, I got. Man, I've missed a bunch. Wow. Okay. All right. Man, I missed a lot of chat. I gotta get caught up here. All right, give me a second here to get caught up. Yeah, Michael. As far as I know, the villages are still the place to get lucky in Florida. Yeah, I hear there's another place too. I can't remember the name of it right now, but there's another contender now here in Florida for the, for the luckiest place to go. Do the plane slide right off.
I haven't put a plane on the car yet, Jeff. Thanks. Haven't tried that yet. So the clay I'm using is called um, Clay Magic. Let me do a quick internet search for it. Because I don't know where you can get it these days. Yeah, eBay. You know, you can get it on eBay. Now I've been using the blue. They have a red also, but I don't. I think the red is. Says it's medium. I don't know what that means. I don't know if the blue is fine or what. But yeah, you can go straight to Clay Magic. They have their own claymagic.com, claymagicinc.com, or you can go to. It's on eBay. Um, Sharp Truck. I don't know what that is. That's another place, but Esty. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so that's what I use. Now you can also use. I've used the Mothers also, and that works good too. So you can get it at Mothers or Clay Magic, but the blue one I'm using is Clay Magic. So I used to get it at Pet Boys, but we don't have a Pet Boys anymore that has what do you call it? You know, like all the fun, cool stuff you can buy. It's just a repair shop. You know, the two Pet Boys by me are just repair shops. They don't have a showroom full of goodies. There used to be one in Tampa. It might still be there. I don't know. I didn't think it was, but it might still be there. I haven't been over there to see. Um, oh, okay. I'm on the wrong. I'm back to my chat window that doesn't work. I'm trying to get caught up on the chat, and it ain't there. I gotta go back to where is it? Where'd it go? I think it's here. Yeah. Okay. So let me get back to get caught up. Yeah, Craig, it's balanced. It just keeps rolling. That's the ultimate perpetual motion. Philip, you're not far off. I'm not going to put a paint booth in this building, but my barn, I've already have plans to convert it to a paint booth. I think I can put up walls, like plastic walls or something. I'm not sure exactly what, or just put up some kind of makeshift walls and then line it with plastic and turn that into a paint booth. So yeah, I've already thought about that. That might happen too. It's a pretty big barn. He had horses in it. It's probably got, if you were gonna, if you were gonna break it into stalls, I'd say there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's probably a 10-stall barn, I would say. Wiggs, what's up? Good to see you, man. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm caught up. Okay. Yeah, Roy. If you haven't clayed one of your cars, buddy, you need to do it. It's you won't believe the difference. Like I was telling you guys before, the first time I was introduced to this clay stuff was at a car show, and it wasn't just me. It was a bunch of buddies of mine. We were all standing there, and this guy just told us, and he wasn't selling the stuff. He just, wanted to show us. He wanted to share what he knew. And he says, you guys got to try this, And then we're watching him, and we're all thinking, okay, so he's got the car prepped with something, and, he's making this stuff look good, blah, 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 right? And then he says, where are you parked? And, he's looking at all of us. And I said, well, I think I'm the closest. I'm right over here. He says, all right, let's go over there. You do your car. And I'm thinking, I don't know if I want this guy rubbing clay on my car. I don't know. This seems kind of... But his car was beautiful, and he was rubbing it on his, so he didn't scratch his own paint. So I thought, well, all right. All right, I did hit refresh on my studio, and it did. I think it worked. Yeah, it did. It did refresh, so it looks like the chat's working here again. So he told me pick a spot, and I'm rubbing on my car here and there, and it feels fine to me, and I rubbed my rear bumper cover. No, it's the front bumper cover. Yeah, that's right, because the car was facing forward. And I rubbed my front bumper cover, and I'm like, all right, well, do this right here. The top flat part, right by where the grill would be. So he says, okay, watch this. And he sprays it down with the stuff, and he's rubbing the clay on it, and rubbing and rubbing and rubbing and rubbing, and and then he turns the clay over, and there's all this dirt that wasn't on it a second ago, and I'm like, seriously? And then he took the cloth and he dried it, and he says, run your hand over it now. And I'm like, oh my God! And I told all the guys, check this out! Holy shit! Right? So then every one of them wanted to do it on their car to prove it to them that it was wasn't some kind of trick. And we're all clay lovers after that. Every one of us still clay our cars all the time. It's like, it was the biggest find I've ever found at a car show. That just blew my mind. I just could not believe how much dirt it pulled out of the paint. And this is pulling paint off of glass, guys, off of actual glass that didn't wash off, would not wash off, but the clay took it off. So that's what's so impressive, is even on glass it works. And you wouldn't think anything could get impregnated into glass. You just think glass is glass, right? You wipe it off, it's clean. Nope, it's not. And there's the proof. So even glass has little microscopic pores in it, and the paint got down in those pores, and this pulled it back out. That's what it does. It yanks it back out of the pores. And now my glass is smooth as glass, literally. So, yeah, if you haven't done this, guys, and you have a car you really love and want the best finish on it, you got to get some clay and clay it. So, just amazing. So now this is funny. Now it looks like the stream I copied. You know, I'm in the live stream now with you guys, and the chat's not updating here now, but it is in studio. What the hell? So it's working here, but it's not working there now. So I don't know. This YouTube, man, I'm telling you. Well, Craig, get this balancer from Motion RC. It's in their bench. What is it? Their Benchworks. I think that's their brand. You know, it's their prop balancer. I don't know if you can get it anywhere else. I've never seen it anywhere else. But yeah, that's the best prop balancer. I've got 5 different prop balancers, and this one by far is the best. So yeah, get one. You'll be impressed as I am, because you know there's no way it's going to be exactly right when you're done, because there's no drag. There's absolutely zero drag. There's no possible way there could be drag. So I'm trying to go back now to see how far back I have to go to see where that one stopped. All the way back up to Roy saying pretty impressive. That's the last comment I got on my live stream that I'm watching. And the video's playing. I'm sitting here watching myself talk and everything, but the chat's not updating. But it's working in studio now, so I'll just leave it in studio. The hell with it. You know, the hacker's not in here. He can't get in here. I don't know why that one computer he can get on, but it's got to be Bluetooth. It can't be any other way. Because he was getting in on it even when I had it disconnected from the internet. He still could, get in my computer. So he had to be doing it through Bluetooth, which means he's close by. It's got to be one of these trailers behind me over here. Right, Philip. That's a windshield. This was the back glass. Yeah. There's nothing. There shouldn't be anything impacting my back glass. The rear glass. Yeah, driver's glass. Yeah, you get all kinds of debris hitting that, chips and micro. Because you're going forward, but that shouldn't be happening to the back glass, right? The back glass, unless you're doing some high-speed reverse shit. Then all this paint came off the back window. And that just blew my mind. I holy crap. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. So, I'd already done the windshield, and I did all the side glass, front and rear doors. I did all that. I thought I had done the back glass, but obviously I hadn't. And that's how much red paint came off of it. I just couldn't believe that. That was crazy. I think that's the most paint I took off of any one panel on the car. I don't even think the hood had that much red paint on it. And you would think the hood would be the worst. So, Philip, do you happen to know who did your glass on your Mustang? Do you know if they happen to use a factory
glass or was it an aftermarket glass? Because it'll say on the window, you know, who the manufacturer is. So it'll be stenciled in the lower corner. Because a lot of places use aftermarket glass, and sometimes they're not very good. You know, there's a lot of distortion. You know, you move your head like this through the glass, and you see, you know, like a wave. You know, so some of the aftermarket glasses have distortions in them. I wouldn't say everything, Philip. I definitely think the radios, our RC radios today, are way better than before. I definitely think the newest stuff's the best. But cars, yeah, older cars I think are better. I wouldn't buy a new car today. Okay, well that's you know, I wouldn't I wouldn't use Safe Light Auto Glass anyway. As an auto adjuster for Allstate when I was an insurance adjuster, man, every time I had a car go to Safe Light, it leaked every single time. And then when I was working at Gene Perez as a writer there, I had a customer that called me and told me he wanted Safe Light to put a glass in his van, and I said, "Are you sure you want Safe Light?" He says, "Oh yeah, I've used them before. They're great." Well, okay. So they showed up. They put a new window in his he had a conversion van, and they put a new window in it for him. And of course, we didn't have anything to do with that. We weren't even working on the front end of the van. We were working on the back, and so they put the glass in and left. And later that day, it rained, and I didn't think anything of it. And then I went out to move the car inside. We were getting ready to go home, and I went in and started the van up. And as soon as I moved it, it had one of those overhead, had a CB radio and stuff up overhead, off the windshield, but up above, that overhead panel. And all this water come running out of the panel. I'm like, yeah, that's Safe Light Auto Glass for you every time. So I called them and told them. I said, well, I just wanted to let you know, it rained here, and I just moved your van inside, and a shitload of water came out of your overhead console. So apparently your windshield's leaking. Just thought I'd let you know. So, I'm gonna have them come out there now. No, we're not going to deal with a Safe Light here anymore. After you pick up your van and take it home, you can have them come to the house and do whatever you want them to do. But we're not going to be involved with this anymore. All right, we don't normally allow that anyway. When you do it on your own, and we're not redoing it here. So you'll have to wait till you get the van home, and then you can call them back and have them do whatever they want. But we're all done with that. So he came and picked it. We were done with the van anyway. So he came and picked it up and took it home, and I have no idea what they did after that, and don't care. But yeah, every car I ever worked on with Safe Light Auto Glass, every one of them leaked. So, and I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I think maybe they're putting too much glue in it, and they're plugging up the drains. Because there's an area around the glass to let the water drain down and out channels and I think they're filling the drains, and the water has no place to go. It's got to go somewhere, and I think that's what I don't know for sure that's what it is, but I suspect that might be what it is. But anyway, yeah, I never had any luck with Safe Light. Every job I ever did with Safe Light, they always leaked, every one of them. So But yeah, you're right on the new cars. I wouldn't buy a new car today. There's no way. They're not producing it. And first of all, they're not producing anything I would even want. But even something I would want, the quality coming out of the plants now is terrible. Everybody. And it's not limited to any one brand. They're all doing shitty work. You know, they just, you know. They're back to the old days where they put out a crappy product and told we'll let the dealer take care of it. You know, oh yeah, the dealer will fix that. We're not going to worry. You know, just get it through and let's get it out of here, and the dealer can fix it. You know, that was their attitude way back in, you know, the 60s and 70s, I think. And then that changed, and then we had a long run there for a long time of really good quality cars. But now we're back to the designs and everything. It's just garbage. The reliability. Engines, everybody, you know, and they're blaming it on. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, and everybody's blaming it on the EPA because of the fuel mileage. You know, they're trying to get better fuel mileage, so they have to make the tolerances even smaller on the engines, bearing clearances, and then they're putting 0W20 oil in it, or 0W5. I think I saw a car that had like 5 or 7. You know, weight oil in it. And I'm like, what kind of protection could that possibly give you with the, you know, oil being that thin, you know? And they do it for fuel economy, you know? The fuel economy goes way up when they put a thinner oil in the car. And, yeah, I just couldn't believe it. You know, so I think my Charger, I think the Super Bee is supposed to have 0W20 in it. And I'm gonna, as soon as I get my lift up, I'm changing the oil, and I ain't putting 0W20 in it. It's getting 530 for sure. You know, I ain't putting 0W20 in it. But yeah, that's a lot of shareholder crap, is for sure. That's very true. All right, Mike Bird. Hey, you have a good night. If you're heading out, you know, and dude, you have my number. You know, if you're ever down in the dumps, dude, just call me. You know, I'm here 24/7, buddy. I don't go to work. You know, I just sit around the house all day eating bonbons. Not really. But, yeah, call me. Anytime you want to talk, man, call me. So, yeah, yeah, I wouldn't buy any, you know, and they're pushing these electric cars, which is never happening. I might consider a hybrid one day, maybe, but I'll never buy an all-electric car. That's just not going to happen. You know, and the only reason I say that is charging stations are not near plentiful enough if you want to travel in the vehicle. You really can't. I mean, you have to plan every stop way ahead of time so you know where you can go get a charge. And there's just no way I would do that. You know, and the infrastructure for chargers will never be what it needs to be. It's never going to happen. So that's why I would never own an all electric. Now a hybrid, that's different. You know, there's a gas motor. I can always start the engine, drive to the nearest gas station, gas it up, and then drive for as long as I need to recharge the battery, because the car will charge the battery while you drive. So I never have to go look for a charging station. I can just drive, you know, and when I drive on, you know, when it's fully charged, I switch off the motor, drive on electric until it's way down again, and then I start the motor up. Drive to a gas station, fill it back up, drive it till it's fully charged again, and then get back on electric. You know, so I could do that. Although then nobody really makes a hybrid I would want, but I would consider a hybrid. But I would never own a just electric. You know, they did it all wrong from go. Yeah, well, again, it's all about fuel economy. So my buddy Mike, the guy I bought the Bison from, so he's never used synthetic before in his life. Synthetic oil. He just has oil changes done. They put regular oil in it. And this last time, I don't know why he did it, but they just convinced him that he should be running synthetic. And he was just in a mood, I guess. And he said, "Okay, go ahead, put it in." And he didn't think anything of it. And then he went on a trip with his truck. And he said he got 6 to 10 miles a gallon better gas mileage with the synthetic oil in the car. He couldn't believe it. It just blew his mind. He says, "I couldn't believe the mileage I was getting. And it's got to be the oil. It's the only thing we changed. You know?" And he says, "It's the same. I haven't changed anything in the truck but the oil. And we put the synthetic oil in it. And I can't believe the mileage I'm getting." And that's the whole reason these car companies are going to these thinner oils, just to increase the mileage. And, I don't know. But I don't need to get saved. What are you saving if you get 5 miles a gallon or 10 miles a gallon more on this thinner oil, but you have to replace the motor, it's going to cost you 15 grand, before you hit 100,000 miles. What have you saved? Nothing. It's costing you money. So yeah, not something not something I'm interested in. I wish I could remember the name of the show. I watched a show about oil viscosity and where and why and everything. And this guy explained it all in great detail. And he said running a too high of viscosity oil is no better than running the lower viscosity. If it can't flow through the bearings because you're running too thick of oil and the clearances are too tight, that's no better than running the thin oil. He says, you want to stay in that range where they recommend it. So if they recommended 20, I wouldn't go to 40. 30 would be okay, but I wouldn't go to 40. I think 40 would probably be, too big if they recommend 20. So, and that's what he was saying too. And he talked all about temperatures, living in the south versus living in the north, and all that, and the winter number and the summer number and all that. And it was a really good video. Wish I knew the name of it, but I'm sure if you look up on YouTube, oil viscosity, theory or something to that effect, you'll find the video. I'm sure you'll find it. It was very interesting. I really enjoyed watching that one. That was a good one. Yeah, but did you go from dyno oil to synthetic oil, or did you just change weight from, 30 to 40? So I don't think he changed the weight of oil. He just went from a dyno oil to a synthetic oil. So I have a Honda motorcycle that I bought new in '89. I still have it. Yeah, see, you didn't change from dyno to synthetic. You just changed weight, but you stayed with synthetic. So that's totally different. So this was going from dyno oil to synthetic oil, and that was the difference. And I noticed that same thing with my motorcycle. So I've been running synthetic in it my whole life and never deviated. And I don't think it ever broke in all the way. Never really ran bad or anything. Didn't consider that was an issue. Didn't know the difference. But for some reason, I changed it and put regular oil back in it. I don't know why. I don't know what I was doing that day. Maybe I just had the oil laying around and said, screw it, this is good enough or whatever. But the bike, the transmission uses the engine oil. It's a wet clutch, and it uses the engine oil to lubricate the clutch and the gears and the tranny along with the motor. All right. And I put the regular dyno oil in it, and that motherfucker wouldn't shift worth a crap. I mean, it was hard to shift. I had to really press hard on the shifter to get it to go into the gears, and it was horrible. And the motor was overheating. Not to the point of heating, but it was running way hotter than it normally does. And I'm like, what in the hell? Did the oil really make that big a difference? Holy shit. So I took it back home and I drained it out and put synthetic oil back in it, and it went right back to the way it was before. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. I would have never believed that that oil viscosity would make that big a difference. Because they don't they recommend regular oil for the bike. They don't tell you to run synthetic in it. Especially back in '89. And but what a difference! Oh my God, I couldn't believe the difference. So, yeah, so I don't use, hell, I use synthetic oil in my lawnmower. I mean, I don't put regular oil in anything anymore. Everything gets synthetic. Everything. My lawnmower, weed eater. I do have one gas weed eater. Yeah, I run synthetic oil. My generator, out at the flying field, everything's got synthetic oil in. I don't put regular oil in nothing. So, yeah, what a difference. Makes a huge difference. And it's the car I'm having trouble with, the one Charger I bought that's got the tick, the standard Dodge Hemi tick. I think this kid put cheap oil in it and ruined the motor. That's my guess. It runs, doesn't run very good, but it runs. Goes into gear. You can drive it down the road. But it doesn't run good. It keeps cutting out at idle. It doesn't want to stay running at idle. And I really believe it's got shitty oil in it. And I want to, just for test purposes, probably waste $40 in oil and put synthetic in it and see if it runs any better. And I might do that. Once I get the lift up, I might do that. Just for shits and giggles. But I mean, I'm sure the motor's done anyway. I'm going to have to replace the cam and the lifters, but I just wonder if just changing the oil would make any difference at all. If it would, run better, just because everything's moving easier, and maybe the bearings, Of course, what happens with that when you start digging up a camshaft is you get a flat spot on the roller. And then the roller won't roll. It's going to just slide on the flat spot. So you really can't fix that once you get to that point. So, but yeah, it's. What are you driving these days, Craig? All right, Philip. You have a good night, man. We'll talk to you later. What do you mean by a top-end oil pressure issue? I heard they had a valve seat issue. Well, the valve seats were coming out of the head. Yeah, exactly. Call it rebuilt. Yeah, just change the oil and paint it, and then yeah, we'll give it a little bit of paint. A little bit of paint will make it what she ain't. One shop I worked at used to make that joke all the time. Yeah, a little paint will make it what she ain't. A Chrysler minivan. Why do you say fucking? If you don't like it, get rid of it and buy something else. What the hell's wrong with you? You're not broke. I mean, you're not going to go out and buy a brand new car. I wouldn't either. But you can certainly afford to replace your Chrysler minivan if you don't like the damn thing. Well, that kind of relates back to what I was talking about, Craig. With dyno oil, it doesn't flow as well as synthetic. So if they put dyno oil in this thing and it, restricted the oil flow to the top of the motor, there's where the problem is. Well, that sounds like a poor maintenance issue there, buddy. Did you change the belt, when they recommended it, or did you just keep driving it till it threw the belt off? Never owned any of those kind of cars, so I wouldn't know. I see it on the internet, but I haven't personally had those issues because I don't drive one of those cars. So it was a new belt. Okay. Did you install it? So you paid for a new belt. Was it a Honda belt or was it Joe Fabit's, belts and hoses? Do you know? That's the reason. That's why I do all my own work, buddy. Because I'm the only one I trust. I wouldn't take my car anywhere and let somebody work on it. Ain't no way. The last thing I did was to let somebody rebuild my transmission, and should have never done that. Fucking pissed me off. So, yeah, that'll never happen again. I'll fix it myself, or I'll burn it to the ground, but I'm not paying anybody to fix it. It's never going to happen again. I'm so sick and tired of the bullshit. Oh, so when you bought it, they told you it had a new belt. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, that falls under that buyer beware category. Yeah, two of these Dodges I bought, these two Daytonas I bought, both are supposed to have new motors in them. Okay, they both run perfect. I have no complaints. They both run beautiful, sound good, no ticking, everything's good. But are they really rebuilt motors? I don't know. So just I'm pretty sure the one I bought from the guy that's dad owned the car, original owner guy. I'm pretty sure I trust him. I'm pretty sure that motor was rebuilt. The other guy, nah. Yeah, he could have been lying. I don't know. But I bought the car cheap enough that I ain't worried about it. I'll rebuild it myself if I have to. Not a big deal. You know, the car was in really good condition, and I stole it. I mean, it's a near perfect Dodge Daytona, an '06 top banana Daytona. I paid $3,000 for it, and everything works. You know, it's in beautiful shape. The interior's near perfect. The exterior's, it's an 8 out of 10 for sure. And yeah, I only paid $3,000 for it. So, and it's it's a better version than mine. It has the buttons on the steering wheel. So with that package, you get tire monitoring system. I don't have that in the other one. It's got I don't know. There's a bunch of different things. Oh, I think the ABS. I don't think mine has ABS. I couldn't believe that. I bought a brand new Charger in '07, and when I went to work for Allstate, and I couldn't believe it. It did not come with ABS brakes. I thought everything had ABS brakes. Nope, didn't come with ABS brakes. I couldn't believe that. I just assumed, you know. I mean, 2007. I mean, everything, it's mandatory, isn't it? Everything has, no, it's not. Didn't have it. Couldn't believe it. You know, and it never occurred to me until one day I was talking to somebody, and we were like, and he made a comment that, you know, his car didn't come with ABS. And I said, don't all cars come with ABS now? Isn't it standard? He goes, no, it's not. So I went, and started my Charger, and I was looking for the ABS, check light. Didn't come on. I'm like, son of a bitch. Seriously? So I opened the hood and opened the fuse panel. And the ABS, there was a relay spot for an ABS relay, and the relay's not there. And I'm like, son of a bitch. This car doesn't have ABS brakes. God damn it. I can't believe it. So yeah, that kind of blew my mind. It never dawned on me that it. But I'm now that I'm talking about it right now, I don't think my good Daytona has ABS brakes. I don't think it has the traction control, the anti-slip, but the other one does. The one with the buttons does, because all that shit lights up when you start the car. You get the Daytona. It says Daytona on the display when you start it. My other one doesn't, because this is the upgrade model with the buttons in the wheels to control all that shit, right? And it comes up and it says Daytona. My Super B has a big Super B emblem comes up. But my other Daytona, none of that. It just starts. The display doesn't display anything. And, yeah. And then I saw through the window that, So, yeah. And just right now I could not say for sure that the car does or does not have ABS brakes. I'd have to go out and look to see. But yeah, it just amazed me that was not something that was standard equipment by now. Seatbelts are, but not ABS brakes. So I found that was really hard to believe. Yeah, I'm sure you are, Michael. I used to work for Honda, so I know the product line very well. And they make a damn good product. There's no doubt about it. It really... I was really impressed when I worked for Honda how well that shit was built. And then I got more impressed. I was working at a body shop, and we were doing all of Infinity's work. They didn't have a body shop at the dealership, so we were their designated body shop. So I was driving G35s regularly, and I was so impressed with that car. how well it drove, how well it was built, you know, everything, that I bought a G37. I traded my Dodge Charger in on a G37. And that was an amazing car. Loved that car. Until Infiniti fucked it up completely. And it just blew my... So I would never buy another Infiniti. Not because it's not a well-built car or anything, but just because the mentality running the place are idiots. So I took the car in. I had a battery issue. The car wasn't driven every day. It sat more than it was driven. I had plenty of other cars. I didn't drive it for work because my Impala got better gas mileage than it. So I was driving my Impalas, one of the Impalas, for work. And the Infiniti sat here most of the time. I took it out on the weekends, car shows maybe, whatever. But, you know, it was a G37S, and it was in a metallic red that they discontinued. So it was a very rare car, and I really, really loved it. So I go to start it, and the battery's dead. And I'm like, well, what the hell? So I called Infiniti. It's a brand new car. It's under warranty. And I said, hey, yeah, my battery went dead. Is that normal? Oh, yeah, there's an issue with the programming of the vapor canister purge valve. Even when the car's not started or running, it cycles that valve every half hour, whether you drive it or not. So if you don't drive the car for a while, it'll run the battery dead, cycling that valve. But we have a fix for it. It's no problem. Bring it in. We'll put a brand new battery in it for you, and we'll reprogram it, and we'll get rid of that. You know, so it won't do that anymore. I said, oh, okay, all right, no problem. So I take it in. They give me a loaner for the day, and I go out driving around, and went to work, whatever. And I came back that night to pick up my car. Oh, it's all fixed, no problem. And I get in, and I'm driving out the parking lot, and the thing is an absolute pig. It won't get out of its own way. And this car was a rocket ship. And it's a pig. I mean, literally, it will not accelerate. The shifts are horrible. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I turn around and go back in, and I said, what the hell did you do to my car? Well, what are you talking about? This thing won't get out of its own way. It's a pig. I mean, it's an absolute pig. It won't shift. It has no go. You push on the gas pedal, it doesn't do anything. I mean, what the hell? And they had no idea what I was talking about. They're like, all right, well, just leave it with us. We'll figure it out. And they gave me the same rental I had all day, and I took it home, and and then they call me. I think it was the next day. Well, we have some kind of bad news. What do you mean? Well, apparently, and we didn't know this, they were getting a lot of complaints from the old people that these cars are too fast. So they put in that program that fixes the cycling valve. They also detuned the car and the transmission because the old people were complaining. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I bought a G37S because I wanted the performance, and now you're telling me that you detuned the performance out of it? Well, yeah, I'm afraid so. I said, so put it back. Well, that's the problem. We can't. What do you mean you can't? Well, apparently it's a one-way program, and there's no way to correct it. We can't. Once it's been done, you can't turn it back. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So we went round and round for months, and they kept, hee-hawing around, and I finally called Copart, and I said, do you have any engine computers for a G37S, 09? And they said, yeah, we have 2. I said, give me the VIN numbers off of them. So they gave me the VINs. I called the dealership, got my service rep guy, and I said, okay, check these VINs to see if either one of these cars have had the purge valve reprogrammed done to them. And he checked. He says, nope, neither one of them have been done. They're still factory. I said, okay, fine. So I bought the computer, put it in the car, and that fixed the motor. Now I got, it'll get out of its own way. I got plenty of performance, but the tranny's still shit. And apparently, to fix that, you have to change the whole valve body, to get the transmission back. And I finally just gave up. I was so pissed at, I could have done a lemon law and gone through all, I said, fuck it. So I sold the car. I lost $100. I sold the car for for $100 less than I bought it for. And I had been driving it for quite a while. This didn't happen right after I bought it. I mean, I think it was like 2 years I was driving the car when I finally had this battery issue thing that started the whole mess. So I sold the car and got rid of it and bought something else. And that was it for me in Infiniti. I would never buy another Infiniti, because some idiot thought that was a smart thing to do, to hide a deep tune program into a purge valve reset program and not tell anybody. So, so that did it for me. I'd never buy another Infiniti. That's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. But yeah, they ruined my car, and that was my dream car, the color and everything. And there's no way they could replace it. They discontinued the color. So it was an 09 only color. And, they just ruined it for me. That ruined the whole thing. So I got rid of it. I don't think I bought anything for a while. I think I just drove my Impalas. I had 4 Impalas at that time, and I think I just kept driving my Impalas. I still have 4 Impalas. I did sell one, and I traded one for... one of them wasn't a real Impala. It was a 9C1. That's a police car. Same motor, same tranny, everything's the same. Same suspension. Except the springs. The springs were taller on the police car. So, and I already had 2 sets of Impala springs here, so I swapped them out and put the Impala springs in it. But it's an Impala. It's got rear disc brakes. The regular Caprice had drum brakes in the rear. And I drove that car, and I put this nice custom paint job on it. I love that car. It was a really nice car. But literally, because it was a 9C1, it wasn't worth anything. If I crashed it and wrecked it, I'd be lucky to get $1,700 for it. But if it was a real Impala, I'd probably get $6,000 to $7,000 for it. So I decided that it made good sense to replace it. Let's sell it, get what we can out of it, and then buy a real Impala. So that's what I did. So I sold it for $5,000, and I bought a real Impala from a friend of mine for $3,000. So I made $2,000 on the deal, and now I had a real '96 gray-green Impala. It had a lot of miles on it, but it was still in really good shape. It was a really nice car, drove great, and probably a year later, it got totaled in a car accident. And it's still here. I had them tow it to the house because there's more parts on it I have to take off of it. There are a lot of good parts on it still, so... But a broken cigarette lighter? Really, Jeff? And it's why it's sitting out here, because it's not in my way, and there's a lot of good parts still on it. It's got a perfect transmission in it. The motor's rebuildable. The motor would have been perfect, except the fucking fire department filled the engine with water. I mean, literally, they pulled the air cleaner hose off of it and just shot water down the intake until it filled the motor with water. I have no idea why, but they can do whatever the fuck they want. But I'm sure I could rebuild the motor. I'm sure you're gonna have to hone it and everything because of the water in it. But the tranny's fine. The rear end's fine. It's got a stainless steel Borla exhaust system on it. That's fine. I needed suspension. My old Cutlass wagon I was driving, I still have it, but it's not a Cutlass wagon. It was a custom cruiser wagon, a 92. Exact same body as the Impalas. Same fenders, hood, all interchangeable. The grill was different because it's an Oldsmobile, but exact same car. All the same parts. So everything on the car the brakes, the suspension, everything that's still good is usable parts for my other cars. So I kept it for that. And one day I had one of the upper control arm bolts that you put the shims in when you're doing a wheel alignment broke. I mean, it just broke. The wheel went, and I'm like, the hell? And you can't get those bolts. You know, they're not available anymore from GM. So I took them out of that car. You know, I needed them. You know, I figured I'm going to replace them both on that side if I'm going to do this. So I took them out of that car. You know, because I needed those bolts and you couldn't get them anywhere. So yeah, so that came in real handy. Yeah, that saved me a shitload of money. So yeah, I just it's the car's destroyed. I mean, it burnt to the ground, but everything under the floor is still good. That's why the exhaust system, transmission, the heat went up. So none of that stuff's damaged. I'm sure the tranny's good. Everything's good, and the stainless steel exhaust system alone. So. Oh, I got to see what Mike drove. Let's see what he was driving. Uh-oh. All right, let's try that. Oh, you have a Holden Commodore? Oh, the Ute. Love those. Absolutely love those. That's awesome, Mike. Yeah. I would love to have that for sure. I would love to have one of those. Oh my God, I love that car. At the front end is Pontiac G8. The back end's, of course, unique, the Ute. But the front end's all Pontiac G8. Hey, snitches, what's up? Good show last night? Who did a show last night? One of my Impalas. This was, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. It's still in the driveway. One of my Impalas. I have 4 Impala SS's. And one of them caught fire in a car accident. So, hey, you'll be happy to know, this is important for you, buddy. You know that my jet, the J65 business jet, it comes painted now. It's no longer foam color. It comes painted white and gray. So, I know you want one now, because I know foam's not a color. It's painted now. That's an upgrade. Now it's painted. Are Holden Commodores kept on cinder blocks in Australia? Where did that come from? Yeah, so version 2, which is only $20 more than version 1, they upgraded the. I think they upgraded the motor and ESC a little bit, something there. They upgraded the flight stabilizer, it says, and they painted it now. It's all painted. So yeah, you probably want to grab one of those, buddy. Beautiful flying jet. So yeah, just in case you were wondering. Yeah, I know, Mike. I know the G8 was it's built there and it exported. I know. Believe me, I follow that car religiously. I've been trying to buy one for years. I almost had a deal on one. That Daytona I bought that had the roof damage that they fixed. I was going to swap one for a guy. You know, it's a rebuilt title G8, and my Daytona's rebuilt title. And I was going to swap them even. And we almost made that deal. So I almost had a G8. not even a month ago. I almost had one. I've been looking at them. Man, those things hold their value. They're still expensive over here. The 8-cylinder, you know, the 6-liter, the 6 cylinders they're giving away, but the V8s are hard to get. They're holding their price pretty well. That's how Americans keep their El Caminos in their front yard. You have one of those in your neighborhood? That's funny. So are they still building the Commodore over there, Mike? Do you still have a rear-wheel drive big LSV8 coming out of a factory over there, or no? Did they do away with it completely? Because I know they're not sending them here anymore, although they were talking about bringing it back again. But yeah, the Chevy SS, that you guys built that one too. Not the Impala SS I'm talking about. The new, they just called it the SS. It didn't have an Impala or Caprice badge on it, just SS. Yeah, you guys built that too for Chevy. Yeah. Yeah, I like the SS too. They really bring big money because they're so limited. So if you find one of those, you know, for a decent price, you're really doing good because they really want a lot of money for those. I'm surprised how many people over here, Mike, rebadge their SS or their G8 to a Holden. They actually buy the Holden badges and rebadge it back to a Holden. Seen it a lot. It happens a lot over here. More often than I would have believed. I wouldn't have believed it, but yeah, I see it all the time. Oh wow, that's terrible. They don't build any cars in Australia anymore? None? Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Of course, now there'd be a huge tariff on it to get it to America anyway. You know, but yeah, wow. Yeah, I knew that Holden had closed down in 17, but I didn't know that everybody did. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I keep searching for one. I'm gonna get one eventually here, buddy. I got news for you. There's gonna be an SS or a G8 with the 6-liter in it in my driveway sooner or later. I keep looking. I found one that was perfect. Man, I was going to buy it. I just didn't want to spend. He wanted $25,000 for it. And it was absolutely the grandma drove it to church on Sunday car. It only had like 20,000 miles on it. No, I don't really like the GTO, Craig. I like the G8 way better than the GTO. I was never a big fan of the GTO. I know it's, you know, 2-door but it just didn't look right to me. I don't know. It just looked too much like a Honda or something. I never really liked that car. My buddy's got a purple one, but I just never really liked the GTO. I want the G8. Or the SS. I want a 4-door. I didn't like that 2-door. It's not that I don't like 2-doors. I love the Challenger is awesome. I would love to have a Challenger. But I didn't like the G8. That one just never appealed to me. So I found this guy selling for his grandma, and it was a, I think it was a 17. It was white, and they had put all the Holden badges on it, and it was, I think it only had 25,000 miles on it, and it was perfect. It was beautiful. Man, I was really hot for that car. Ugh. And you know, and it sold. I didn't get it. You know, I wasn't. You know, I was only thinking about it about a week. That's all it took, and somebody bought it. But yeah, I was really, really on the hots for that one. So Toyota and Mitsubishi used to build cars in Australia, and they're not anymore either? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Wiggs, you out of here? All right, buddy. Have a good night, Wiggs. We'll see you later. Wow. What's that doing for your economy over there? I mean, how many people are out of work because of that? Holy crap. That had to kill you. All these people had jobs. Wow, that's a shame. You guys have a union over there? Got an old Camaro. I see that. Who is this Larry guy? Jeff? Is this somebody you know personally? Oh, so he's one of your RC buddies. Oh, cool. That's cool. So has he got a big car collection or what? I don't think we're going to see much, you know, in this garage because it's just got a Camaro. I don't know what the SUV next to it was. Let me just click forward a little bit here, see what's going on. What's a 50? I'm looking at some kind of car. It's called a 50. What the hell is this thing? I don't know what this is. A 50? Let me go back here. I skipped ahead too far. Huh. I gotta back up some more. Hang on a minute. Okay, I don't know what that is. It's a Chevy. I saw a Chevy emblem. Still don't know what the hell it is. It says 50 on the seal plate. It says 50 on the back. Looks like it's a two-door. Huh. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm not familiar with that car. Looks like it's got an LS motor. Oh, there's that. That looks like a SS maybe, or a G8. No, it's got a Chevy badge on it. It's not a G8, unless he rebadged it. So is this big garage on his property where he lives, or he has to go? Does he have that somewhere else? I think that copper color is an SS. I think that's what. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I love that color. That's a really nice car. I love that color. I was hoping to get a G8 in that color. I didn't know the SS came in that color. Yeah, they want unreal money for SSs. They want $45,000, $55,000 for those cars. Every time I look one up, it's crazy. So he's another nut like me. He's got a bunch of airplanes and cars. See, I'm not alone. I'm not a one-offer here. That there's more of us crazy idiots in the world than just me. All right, let's go see if I can find any G8s out here on Facebook. Oh, that looks like the one I was trying to trade for. Looks like it's broke down at Sebring. Somebody took it to the racetrack and broke it. Yeah, that sure looks like the car I was going to buy. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Why do they only want $3,000 for it? $195,000 automatic transmission, exterior color red, interior black, gasoline, 2-owner, the vehicle's paid off, clear title, willing to negotiate, serious inquiries only, and that's it. No other information. Wow. Yeah, it looks exact. The paint's faded the same. It looks exactly like the car I was trying to trade for. Same red faded paint. Yeah. It sure looks like the same car. So he ended up trading a guy for a Tahoe. I don't know what kind of shape the Tahoe was in, but he wanted something. He was afraid he was going to get himself in trouble with the G8 because it was so fast, and he said he wanted to be around for his kid, so he was getting rid of the fast car. So he didn't want my Daytona because he thought it was fast. I said, listen, it's not as fast as your G8. I can tell you that. You know, I mean, it's not some putt, but it's definitely not as fast as the G8. So if you want, you know, something that's a little slower but still has some performance, you know, this is your car. Yeah. Yeah, here's an SS exactly like your buddy's Larry's, same color, $36,000. It's got 16,000 miles out. Wow, low mileage. Wow. Yeah, $36,000. Here's another one, a blue one, an '09 G8. I don't know if that's going to be a. I think this is a 6-cylinder car. Well, maybe not. They want $22,000 for this one, so it's probably a V8. They'll never get that kind of money for a 6-cylinder car. I don't care if it's got 10 miles on it. No pictures of the motor. It's got a shitload of pictures here, but none of the motor. Interesting. Pretty blue. Oh, I've seen this car. Yeah, the spoiler's off the trunk lid. He says it's in the back seat, he says. He's got the spoiler, it's not on. I don't know why it's not on. Yeah, I've looked at this car already. Yeah, been on here 11 weeks, can't sell it. Not a good sign. Yeah. I saw a green. There it is. Oh, that's a Camaro. Another SS. 36,000, a white one. Yeah, here's a 6-cylinder G8 for $3,000. Another one for $39.99. You can always tell the 6-cylinder cars from the V8s because they only want $3,000 to $6,000 for a 6-cylinder car, but they want $36,000 for the you know, the LS car. So, yeah. Here's one not too bad. 14,000. It's got 151,000 miles. They want 14,500 for it. That's kind of a better price range anyway. Oh. This is the video I was looking for. Okay. Alright, so we got another video to look at. Alright, let me look at this one real quick. God, there's only 4 of us left in here. Everybody left. We bored him right out of here, Jeff. Everybody's bored with the car talk. Okay, so way in the back, it looks like maybe a Camaro. Yeah, that's definitely a Camaro. Ooh, looks like a Paxton supercharger on there. Nice. There's the old Camaro. 80s. Possibly a Z28, not sure. Motorhome. So he's got the Camaro in the front garage now. He pulled it out of the back garage. It's up in the front garage. Got UPS delivering something. Oh, he's got a lot of RC vehicles too, I see. Now he's in his little hobby room. Yeah, that's it for the cars. Well, that's pretty cool. Good night, Mike. We'll see you later. Yeah, it looks like it, Jeff. He looks like he keeps his stuff nice, yeah. You're not really a car guy, are you, Jeff? You're not interested in buying any kind of vintage thing or any kind of high performance thing, or do you guys ever go? You and Linda ever go to car shows just to look at cars? Do you do that ever? Hey, we got one. Mike left and we got one back. So we picked up 2 viewers. I don't know who's here, but we're back up to 5. Oh. Wow, Mike's going out to fly. Good for him. That's cool. Oh. Yeah, I've got a 56 Chevy right now, Jeff. Sedan delivery. It looks kind of like a Nomad. No windows in the back. It's all metal because it's a sedan delivery. It's not a station wagon. There's no seats in the back. It's got a big flat deck, like a pickup truck. Like an 8-foot bed behind the front seat. and but it's a car body. You know, it's a car body. It looks just like a station wagon or a Nomad, but it's all metal, no windows. And it was mostly used for bread delivery or flowers. You know, a florist would use it to deliver flower arrangements because you had a lot of room, but you didn't have a lot of carrying capacity weight-wise because it was a car, not a truck. So you could put a lot of big lightweight stuff in it. So bread and flowers, that kind of stuff. So I still have that. And I still have my 67 Camaro. And my 86 Pontiac, 2+2. That's a very rare car. I still have that. And then everything else are the Dodges and my Impalas. Because, you know, I've got 3 Cadillacs, which is the same thing as the Impala. I've got 4 Impalas. And I have a Buick wagon and an Oldsmobile wagon. They're all the exact same car. They all share the same parts. You know, everything. The brakes, the wheels, the engines for the most part. Some of them don't have LT1s in them, but most of them do. Body panels, you know, the fenders, hood, doors, you know, all interchangeable. The Cadillac's a little different. The fenders and the doors. The front doors might be the same as the Impala. Probably are. The back doors are different because the Cadillac's 6 inches longer. So the back doors are 6 inches longer. So the back doors wouldn't be the same, but the front doors are probably the same. But the nose is different. The hood and fenders are different. The tail's different. But all the body parts are the same. Or I mean the chassis, all the chassis, suspension, everything, all the same stuff. So they're all the same car. You had a VW van, yeah. They're still a hot target right now. Everybody wants a VW van, man. They're like gold. People really want those things. It's amazing. So I'm not totally following you there, Craig. What do you mean those cats bring their stuff for front end alignments? Who are we talking about? Who are the cats? Oh, to me, damn it. You're still working for a dealership, right? Nope. Now we're down to 3. Yeah. Oh, now we're down to 2. Oh my God. I guess it's and I have to be one of those because I'm still in here. Not as the host, but as a viewer also. So I guess I'm talking to myself. All right, I'm going to cut this off, guys. I'm going to go work on my lift. So thanks for coming, guys. And I'll see you next week, if not before. Thanks, Jeff. I'm glad you made it. Thanks for coming. I'll catch you guys later. Have a great day. Go flying. You know. I think I'm going to get my lift done so I can go flying later. So we'll see you guys later. Have a good night.